8th, 2021 meeting of the Northampton School Committee. I'm Mayor David Narkowitz, the chair of the committee. This meeting is being held as an online Zoom meeting. We are still operating under the now extended modification of the state's open meeting law, which was recently extended through April of 2022. I would ask folks that have joined the Zoom call to please mute yourself. There will be a public comment period later in the meeting, but obviously during the regular business of the meeting, we appreciate your just keeping yourself muted. So let's begin first by asking the clerk to call the roll of the school committee.
Mayor Narkowitz.
Present.
Member Busansky.
Present.
Member Fallon.
Present.
Member Seraphy Cox. Member Condon.
Present.
Member Levy.
Present.
Member Kaufman.
Present.
Member Goldman.
Present.
Member Voss.
Present.
And Member Gold.
Present.
Your Honor, you have a quorum.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll now move to the public comment session, which is an opportunity for members of the public who wish to offer public comment to be able to be recognized for up to 3 minutes. I ask you to use the raise hand function if you wish to make public comment, and I will call upon folks in the order that their hands are raised. And when you are called upon, you can unmute, and we would ask you just to state your name and where you live for the record of the school committee. So I had been told that, okay, so we do have a hand up from Beth Choquette, Principal Choquette from Bridge Street School. Dr. Choquette, you can go ahead and unmute, and you're recognized.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
All righty. Good evening. I am Beth Choquette, principal at Bridge Street School, and I live in Cheshire, Massachusetts. And I'm here tonight because the principal saw on the school committee agenda that Dr. Provost's superintendent evaluation was listed. There are no people better qualified to assess John's leadership than the principals he works with day in and day out. We wanted to mention just a few highlights of Dr. Provost's leadership. It's amazing he is still standing after the many late nights in planning, as well as the overwhelming amount of requests and demands placed upon him during the pandemic. As principals, we can't speak highly enough of Dr. Provost and the way he supports our work, the way he has guided the district with integrity and high expectations, and the way he keeps what's best for kids at the core of everything he does. All of us have worked in schools and have been leaders for many, many years and have had many superintendents over the years. I can tell you that none of us have had a leader like Dr. Provost. He has complete respect for us as leaders and as human beings. He lets us lead, and he listens to us and has high expectations for us as a collaborative administrative leadership team. He models many proactive protocols for us as a team that we can then use while leading our own school communities. He communicates well and always does so with great honesty and integrity. He works with us and values our opinions and expertise. He supports our growth and stands with us during difficult times. He is consistently available to us and visible in our buildings to support our work towards improving our practice to ensure that all students are engaged in learning. This committee and community are lucky to have a leader that cares so deeply for its students and teachers and works so hard to nurture kindness and empathy at all levels of our district. And we wanted to share some of our brief personal stories that speak to the type of person John is. When Sarah Madden returned to school after bereavement of her mother, John met her in the Ryan Road parking lot at 7:30 to make sure she was doing okay. Compassionate, very, but him arriving there at 7:30 also lets you know that he knows what time Sarah arrives at school every day. Chris Wentz has not had one typical school year as principal at Leeds. John's level of checking in and supporting her through these last 2 years have been exemplary. John spent an hour with Lauren Brown each week, listening carefully to her thoughts and questions about how best to do her job at Jackson Street. Week after week, he provided thoughtful, caring advice that showed how carefully he'd been listening to Lauren. That advice incorporated Lauren's perspectives and values, as well as John's deep understanding of leadership, and supported her through a number of challenging, complex situations. And from Desmond Caldwell, JFK principal, he wanted to say this about John. Dr. Provost is unlike any superintendent I have ever worked with. He works tirelessly to try to meet the needs of all stakeholders while being a servant leader. This past year has been one of the toughest, most tumultuous periods of my professional life. Dr. Provost is one of the reasons I chose to return for year 2. I really want an opportunity to grow under his leadership in a more normal year. He was always supportive and always available. He is a trusted thought partner with a wealth of knowledge. He is always honest, considerate, and keeps students at the center of decision-making. He pushes me as a leader, and I look forward to our weekly meetings because he is more of a collaborative coach than an evaluator. I know these past couple of years have been tough, but I hope you all recognize how lucky we are to have a leader such as Dr. Provost. Lori Valancourt shares, John has taught me that to be a leader is to be a servant, that leadership puts the interest of others in the center. He reminds me that leadership is quiet and still and requires hearing those who whisper and doing the work to help the quiet voices win. Finally, as you all know, I have been actively pursuing the next step in my professional career. It was John who encouraged me to apply for the Boston College doctoral program. I quickly came to realize during my program that I was truly the lucky one. Listening to my colleagues in the cohort share the type of support they had from their superintendents versus what I had from John was remarkably different. Finishing my doctorate in 3 years, the first of which was during one of the most difficult years at Bridge when we implemented the WINS model, is something I am extremely proud of and would have never been able to do it without his support. He believed in me, and he continues to mentor me to ensure that I am prepared for the next stage of my career. On a personal note, the night my grandmother passed away in the nursing home, John was the first person to call me to send his condolences and to make sure I was okay. I have never, and I've had many, had a superintendent who somehow finds a way to run a school district and yet finds the time to reach out to each of us when we are in need, even if it has nothing to do with our work. As building leaders, we work closely with our superintendent. We have many years of experience in education and as leaders and have worked with dozens of superintendents. I know that I speak for all of us when I say John is by far a superintendent that most principals wish they could have the opportunity to work for. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Principal Choquette. Is there any other members of the public who wish to offer public comment this evening? Again, you can use either your raised hand function on Zoom, which is under the reactions button most commonly, or if you're calling in by phone, let us know, speak up, or use the star functions to raise your hand that way. Okay, so that will conclude our public comment for this evening, and we will now move into the recommended actions portion of our agenda. We have a few items on our consent agenda. We have.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think we skipped over announcements.
Oh, my mistake. Sorry. Are there any announcements from members of the school committee? Thank you, Annie, for catching that. Are there any announcements? Okay. Oh, sorry. Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to let the rest of the committee know that I am planning to attend the MASC summer workshop, whatever it's called, that we all got a mailing about. It's on July 17th from 8 a.m. till, I believe, 12:30 in Marlborough, I want to say. And I'm sure that Laura has more details about that, but I just wanted to let folks know that I did register for it. So if you are also planning to attend, then let me know. And I can't carpool with you because I'm spending the night before elsewhere, but would love to meet up with you and perhaps at this meeting, the next meeting after it, that we could also report back to the committee about what they talk about at that summer intensive.
Thank you, Member Seraphy Cox. Are there any other announcements from the school committee this evening? Okay, thank you very much. Now we'll move into that recommended actions or consent agenda. tonight's consent agenda has 3 sets of school committee minutes, April 8th and 29th of 2021, and then set of minutes from October 13th of 2016. Then we also have a donation this evening. The donation is from the Kiwanis Club of Northampton, and that is for $1,188.75. And that is going toward the NPS libraries. So I would ask for a motion to accept the consent agenda, or to pass the consent agenda.
Motion to accept the consent agenda?
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask, sorry, I've had my hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Member Boss.
That's okay. I didn't know the order, but I'd like to remove the notes from 2016 and leave everything else together, please.
Okay, certainly. So those will be removed from the agenda. So the vote then on the consent agenda would be to approve the minutes of April 8th and the 29th of 2021, as well as the Kiwanis Club gift. So although I'll have to ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Member Busansky,
Yes.
Member Fallon,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Condon,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Kaufman,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Voss,
Yes.
Member Gold,
Yes.
and Mayor Narcoitz.
Yes.
The vote is 10 in favor.
Okay. Before we take up the other item, the October 2016, we're expecting a representative from the Kiwanis Club to come this evening, just to say a quick word about the donation. And I note that during the roll call vote, that one of those members arrived, Michael Quinlan, who's a member of the Northampton Kiwanis Club. Michael, if you wanted to unmute, and we want to just recognize you briefly regarding the donation from the Kiwanis Club to the Northampton Public School Libraries. If you just want to say a few words about that quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have just a few words to say. As a quick intro, Kiwanis International is more than 500,000 people around the globe working to serve the needs of children, such as fighting hunger, improving literacy, and offering guidance. The Northampton Kiwanis Club is a vibrant community club working hard to make a difference for our children through various activities, most notably sponsoring the Northampton High Key Club. In addition, I would just mention that Northampton Kiwanis' commitment to the public schools is ongoing, and that we are working in partnership with school PTOs to create additional fundraising and volunteer opportunities. Lastly, if you're interested in learning more about this, we are accepting new members. In that spirit of community and improved literacy for the students of Northampton Public Schools, we held a book collection drive that raised $1,188.75, and it's my honor to present this donation in support of Northampton Public School Libraries on behalf of the Kiwanis Club of Northampton. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael, and thank you to the members of the Kiwanis Club, and that gift has been gratefully accepted. So thank you. Thanks again. Okay, so now we will move to the item that was removed from the agenda, and that is the meeting of October 13th, 2016. Member Voss, did you want to make a motion to put it on the floor, or?
Sure. I'll
Okay.
make a motion to put it on the floor, and I'll make a
Okay.
comment after that.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so there's been a motion made and seconded, and Member Voss.
So I feel uncomfortable, and I suspect I'm not alone in this because it's happened before, voting on something that I was not a member of the committee when it happened. And so I'm going to need to abstain from this one. And while I have the floor, I just want to also encourage us as we look forward to the end of this year. We are going to have a lot of new members on the committee. And I know this is not the fault of anyone. This is just work that built up and during busy times, but I hope we can deal with meeting notes or try to catch up. And in particular, I'm concerned about the executive session ones during our contract negotiations, because we already have a lot of new members that weren't part of those, and there's no videos of those. So I just want to urge us to get those notes taken care of before this term is over. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Gold.
Yeah, question for folks who have been on, like, historically, is there a precedent on this? Because I did hear from some members of the public that were curious as to why we would even abstain as not having been there. And I tried to explain why I was abstaining on minutes that I hadn't been at. And they was thinking, well, are you approving that the minutes were taken and that they were taken correctly? And so, I don't know, I'm just wondering, is there a precedent for this to simplify this for myself and in the future for new members?
I mean, I can say to you that this is often a debate that goes on boards and commissions, and truly, you know, we do appoint a clerk at the beginning of the session to take minutes, and then we accept those minutes into our record once they've been recorded. And you know, I can tell you myself, my own personal position has always been that as if I'm the current member of a board, I accept the minutes. And so, but other people take the position that they shouldn't accept the minutes if they were not at that specific meeting. So I don't know that there's anything clearly in our rules as a school committee that prescribe it. And so I think but again, it's obviously a matter of personal preference, and but I don't think there's anything barring you from that. But that's the best I can tell you. I don't know if our parliamentarian has anything to add to that. But Member Voss, you have your hand up.
Thank you. And if our parliamentarian wants to go first, that's fine. But I do want to follow up on one more thing with this topic. I don't know. Okay, well, I'll just say, I don't disagree with what Mayor Narkowitz just said, but I do for the executive sessions, because they're very complicated. The notes are getting written years after the conversation happened. And if I'm going to be mentioned in those notes, I feel like I need to make sure it's represented correctly. So I do, for those reasons, and there's no video. So these notes don't feel the same league as those, but I'm more on the side of, if I wasn't part of it, I'm a little bit concerned about voting on it. Thanks.
Totally understand that. Totally understand that. And again, just from a ministerial standpoint, you know, clearly, you know, you can have, if you have the meetings of this December, there could be a high likelihood, well, there is going to be a high likelihood that a quorum of this committee won't be on the committee in January and February to approve those minutes. So, you know, it may just be that, I'm not sure, those minutes may, if the position was we couldn't approve them, then they may just not be approved. But they could just be stated in the record or something. I'm not sure, but I'm just, from a practical standpoint, that is one of the challenges with a board that could potentially turn over every 2 years. There may often be minutes so, but your point is well taken about that. Member Gold.
So last thing for me on this is, I wonder if whether it's in our norms and standards or the handbook, like something to help guide, because it was very awkward initially, like getting when you're new on it and you don't know what to do with it. So maybe even just saying both sides, something in there to give guidance to new people on ways they can handle it would be helpful.
Okay. Might also be a good question for those who are attending the MASC conference coming up this summer to talk with colleagues about and see how other school committees deal with this issue as well. Okay, so there's been a motion made and seconded, back to the original motion, to approve the minutes of October 13th, 2016. I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Fallon,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Condon,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Abstain?
Member Kaufman,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Voss,
Abstain?
Member Gold,
Yes.
Mayor Narkowitz,
Yes.
Member Busansky.
Yes.
The vote is 8 in favor, 2 abstentions.
Okay, so the motion is approved and those minutes are also approved. Now we'll move into the reports and recommendations portion of our agenda. And I'll begin with a report from our Rules and Policy Committee and Member Fallon.
We have nothing to report except that we will be having a subcommittee meeting on Tuesday, July 13th at 6:30 p.m.
Okay. Next, I'll turn to Member Busanski and the Budget and Property Committee.
Thank you. Yes, the Budget and Property Subcommittee met on June 30th to discuss primarily the pesticide issue that we have we're committed to bringing back to you in August, and I think we're on track to do that. We had a number of guests, including our athletic director, Tony Kusneros, to the co-chairs of the pesticide, I always forget the name of the group, but the pesticide committee that the city council had put together to explore this issue and develop their ordinance around it. And we will be meeting again, collecting more information and also getting advice from Donna Lascalia, the head of the DPW, on how the city uses how they are able to not use pesticides in managing their fields. So that was the first issue. The second issue was electric buses, which we were revisiting again after a while. And we agreed that what really made the most sense was to develop a citywide committee to study the use and purchasing of electric buses, that this is our kind of future somewhere down the road, and that we need to put more time and attention and get the right people on this. So I don't know, Dr. Provost, if you want to say something about how that committee is going to be developed, but.
Sure, I think it would be an outreach from me on behalf of the subcommittee to the mayor to identify some appropriate city officials who could work with the school side on dealing essentially with issues of infrastructure. I guess there are two issues. One is technology. There are a number of technology trials that are going right now. And so we want to see how those turn out. But then when there is a result from that, also having some coordinated approach to infrastructure so that the schools aren't purchasing one type of technology, for example, and the city purchasing a different type of technology, and us unable to charge vehicles at whatever stations are set up. So there are just a lot of things to work through. And so I think what would make sense is for me to reach out on behalf of the subcommittee to the mayor and try to think through who might be good folks to put on that, presuming that the city is amenable to entering into those discussions.
We
Great,
are.
thank you. What was that, Mayor Narkowitz?
I said we are.
The city is?
Yes.
Can I add one thing?
Sure.
I'm also on the subcommittee and part of the discussion, and I think we also talked about potentially inviting different city departments, but potentially expertise of people that live in our community to contribute as well, because there's a lot of people that know a lot about this. Am I remembering that correct?
Yep. Then we have a third issue that we'll be revisiting next time. We didn't really have time to discuss it, which was about October census data and what do we collect and use for budgeting purposes. So that's my report. Member Fallon, did you have a question or comment?
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, we had kind of touched on it briefly. Was turf was that something that you guys did end up discussing? The kind of comparative cost or the environmental impact or the use of water or any of that?
Turf, the issue of turf was raised. We're not discussing it at this time. Right now, we're discussing only how to manage the fields without pesticides, not using turf. Turf is controversial for lots of reasons.
So it's like completely separate issue. You would do that as a separate step?
I believe that's a more long-term planning issue, and it has a lot of associated issues with it. And we would do that separately. So right now we're working on the pesticide issue only.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much, Member Busanski, for that report. The next report would come from our Superintendent Evaluation Subcommittee. Obviously, there's an item later on the agenda as well, but I'll turn to Member Condon.
Yes, that being said, I'll hold off until my place later in the meeting to share our work with the committee.
Okay, thank you very much, Member Condon. Okay, so now we move to the report of the business administrator. The agenda says Dr. Provost, but actually we have our new business administrator, Nick Bernier, is with us tonight. So we obviously want to publicly and officially welcome him to the district. And I'm not sure if you or Dr. Provost are together or giving the report, but I'll turn the floor over to whomever.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much again for this opportunity to serve as the new school business administrator in Northampton. I'm very grateful for it. Today was day 5, and I can definitely tell that this is a place that I'm going to like to work. Everybody I've met so far has been extremely friendly and welcoming and helpful, and I know that I'm surrounded by a strong team of individuals that care about students and are in this for the right reasons. That being said, the financial report for this month, there's really nothing to report right now. We're in the middle of closing FY21 and opening FY22. So in terms of an actual report, you'll notice in the documents you didn't get anything, but obviously in August you will. We're in the process of closing the books right now.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Nick, and welcome again. Now we turn to, well, the personnel report, which is also something that the business administrator gives us. So Nick, I'll turn it back to you.
All right, our personnel report for June of 2021, we had 2 new hires and we had 23 separations, a handful of retirements and several resignations, and we had no transfers in the month of June.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Now we will turn to the superintendent's report, which, oh, I'm sorry, Member Boss.
I just want to ask a question about the personnel report, and it may be that it's best for Dr. Provost to answer, I don't know, but my question is, there are a lot of separations at the end of the school year, and I'm assuming their decision isn't being made by the district, and maybe if it is, it's not, we can't say anything, but I'm not aware of any budget cuts that are creating these 24 separations. And at the end of the year, I'm sure you have more than a specific month, but I guess I want to understand 2 things. Is this about what we expect? And also, it's troubling to look at the list and see a lot of people who are probably not retiring yet. And so is there a reason? For example, is it salaries? Is it working conditions? Are they all individual stories? And maybe we don't know, but are we doing any sort of exit interviews when this happens so we can better understand what's going on?
So I can speak to that. I'll tell you that the number is typical. It is a combination of things. Some of those are retirements, but as you mentioned, they're not all retirements. Another driver of the separations at the end of the year is the collective bargaining agreement, which requires anyone who was hired after the first day of school to be laid off at the end of the school year. So that also contributes to a bump. And also we had a third dynamic this year, which was there were a number of temporary positions that were created because of COVID, which are not continuing into the next year.
I'm just gonna push back a little bit. Those are kind of obvious when it says they've been employed for 1 year or such, but when you look at this list, and I remember feeling this way last year too, so that's partly why I'm bringing it up. There's some pretty, I don't know what the word is because I don't, there's some teachers in there that have been with us for a number of years, but are not at a typical retirement age and are known to be strong teachers. So when you see that with a bunch of people, 1 or 2, maybe not, I just wonder if we should be doing exit interviews or what we do as a district to learn why they might be making other choices if that's the case, and just to make things better.
So I can talk to you. I mean, I don't want to get too much into personal stories, but I do know that a number of some of our longtime teachers have life changes they're going through this year. You know, there are some folks who have spouses or significant others who are taking employment in another part of the country, and that's causing a change of employment. There are also people who are looking for just a change of environment. So we do have conversations for those types of absences or email communications for those types of absences at least. And I would stand by what I say, though, that I don't see this year as atypical. It seems to be, to me, to feel like what we've had every year at the end of the year.
Okay, and I guess I'm still just not getting my question answered, which is, I appreciate all that, and I'm sure there's stories about some of the separations that fit, but without having a process in place, I mean, do districts have exit interviews when people leave, or does that just not happen? And obviously we're not going to sit here and talk about person A, person B, and why they left, but some sort of general ideas of why some people might choose to leave, I think would be helpful as we set budgets and understand how to prioritize things. If we can get that information, and if we aren't doing it, should we?
So we are not, that's currently not our process. I would say that if we were going to do that, we'd need some additional support. I think it would probably be support that would go in the combined city and schools HR department, because we just don't have the bandwidth to take that on.
Member Gold.
If it's not available today, it might be interesting it might be helpful and important for the community to know, not just interesting. How many of the positions that were vacated have been filled, right? Like how many open positions are there due to this number of separations?
Member Levy.
I think to follow up on Member Gold's comment, I think, you know, we frequently get reports that say, these are the people leaving, these are people coming, and it would be really helpful to have sort of a more longitudinal understanding, looking over time, how many people have we lost each year? Also to look at that by demographics, where we're able to do that. Especially as we look at the dip and the priorities of the district. You know, we've talked about really wanting to ensure we're increasing the diversity of our teachers and all staff. And part of what we need to do as we're thinking about increasing diversity is think about the culture of the district. And if there's a story to be told, if there are numbers that are telling us we're losing people of certain demographics at higher rates than others, that would be a really important data point for us to be able to then understand maybe we do need to do exit interviews or something to be able to understand the stories being told, or perhaps the trend points to our not needing to do that, but having that data, I think would be really helpful. So I think I would love to see a report that shows us, because I hear you that this is sort of typical. I would love to see something that shows sort of each year, how many people have we lost? What are the demographics where we're able to report and so on?
Dr. Provost.
I just wanted to say that we will have that report. As you may recall, as part of the budget process, we added funding to do a study of retention efforts, particularly retention efforts of staff of color. So we have found a contractor for that. The bidding process has been completed. They will be beginning their work this year, and I think would have an initial report ready by the end of the year. And then in year 2, the plan is for them to give us some advice based on their findings. So I will be able to share that with the committee, and that is on point to the district improvement plan and our goal to diversify the educator workforce.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We'll now move from the personnel report into the superintendent's report, which, as on the agenda notes, will include an update on elementary after-school programs. I'll turn it over to you, Dr. Provost.
Thank you. And as you noted, it is agendized as sort of a two-part superintendent's report, so I think I'll give it in two parts. I think I'll begin with the second part, which is the elementary after schools program update, which was information that was requested by several members of the committee. So let me start sharing. I have this maximized on my screen. Can everybody see this? I know it was kind of small.
It's maximized on mine, so.
Okay.
Others.
Thank you. So let me just take some time to walk the committee through this. One of the questions that was asked is, how will the after school options for students work next year, and what will the schedule be? So this document attempts to capture all that. I guess I would preface my statements by saying this really is a public-private partnership where the district is collaborating with the YMCA to inform them of the needs of the students and to collaborate with them around making space available, but has been primarily a YMCA in the role of the direct service provider for the majority of our students, specifically at Bridge Street, Jackson Street, and Ryan Road. The one place where we have a district-run before and after school program is Leeds. That was the program that we were discussing last month. And I will just say a little bit about how that program came under the auspices of the schools and why it even became something that was sort of within the purview of the school committee. The Late Bird program began at Leeds prior to my arrival in the district, I think many years prior to my arrival in the district. Over time, we became aware of some practices at Late Bird that were not consistent with some of the district policies. I think probably the most recent and memorable one was the lack of a sliding scale for individuals who are eligible for free and reduced lunch. And so over time, we have been in the process of sort of syncing up the practices at the Late Bird program to the rules and policies of the district. And that's how we ended up in the de facto position of running that program as a district. At the other three schools, though, it's a partnership. So I will start just by walking you through the schedule. And what we've done is tried to create as much consistency between schools as possible. And I think you'll see that the offerings are going to be not identical, but comparable at all the schools. So I'll start just with the schedule. You can see on Monday, that will be a day that has both enrichment and childcare. At Bridge Street, it's BASE. At Jackson Street, it's OLA. At Leeds, it's LEAP. And at Ryan Road, it's YEP. Those programs, those enrichment programs, will run from the end of the day. We have listed 2:10, but realistically, they'll probably start more like 2:15 or maybe 2:20 after we're able to dismiss students to the buses, and they'll run to 4 o'clock. The time will be the same in the enrichment programs at all four schools, although the offerings will differ as they always have. Down below the day on Monday, you can see the prices, and the prices are also comparable. The programs all run a little bit differently, so the pricing is not to the dollar, but it's within the same ballpark. So the range on base is $83 to $105. That's because there's a differential for the number of classes that a student takes within a session. So obviously, the more classes, the more cost. OLA is $60 a session. LEAP is $65 a session. YEP is $85 a session. All these sessions are running in the range of 6 to 8 weeks. Also, at all four schools, there will be childcare the same day. So an individual can choose to be in enrichment and then transition to childcare after the enrichment ends. So at 4 o'clock, students at Leeds would go to Late Bird if they wish, or they could go to the YMCA program at the other elementary schools. Late Bird will end at 5:15. from 5:15 to 6 o'clock, there will only be childcare at Jackson Street, Ryan Road, and Bridge Street, and because that's a YMCA program. Okay, I think that's what I have to say about Monday. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday all have the same configuration. Those are the days that we're doing our tier 2 acceleration. We had our first major meeting on identifying potential candidates for that program today. And as part of that, we decided we're calling it liftoff learning. It sounds a little bit more user-friendly than acceleration. So those programs run from the end of the day until 3:30 at Bridge Street. This should say JSS, not LSS, Leeds and Ryan Road. Again, concurrently with that program, childcare is offered at all 4 schools. Again, the childcare ends a little bit earlier at Leeds, would extend a little bit later at the other 4 elementary schools. For liftoff learning, there's no cost to families, and there's transportation provided to take students home at 3:30. However, if parents wish, they will have the opportunity to go from the liftoff learning program to childcare at each of the 4 schools. I'll take a moment now to talk about childcare costs. As we said at the last meeting, the early late bird cost is $4 an hour. And then YMCA has 3 tiers of programming and has 2 costs at each level. So they have a 2-day option, which is Tuesday and Thursday. That's $150 for YMCA members, $173 for non-members. They have a 3-day program that runs Monday, Wednesday, Friday. It's $224 for members and $228 for non-members. They have a 5-day program, and that's $374 for members and $430 for non-members. There will also be the post-acceleration program that I was talking about. That would be the program that would start at 3:30 after students leave the takeoff to learning program. They're currently costing out what that would be for families. So I don't have that information available right now. But the idea was to provide the same kind of opportunity that's available at Leeds in the late bird program. So you can see when you cost this out on an hourly basis, again, it's not an identical cost, but it's comparable. It's within the same range. I should also say that other options are available in the Y program. It doesn't have to be Tuesday, Thursday, or Monday, Wednesday, Friday, or 5 days. They can do other combinations of 2 days or other combinations of 3 days. They can make individual plans for families, but those costs have to be worked out on an individual basis because they're not part of the main financial model. And then Friday is basically a replica of Monday. It's the other day in which enrichment will be available. Again, it's BASE at Bridge Street, OLA at Jackson Street, LEAP at Leeds, and YEP at Ryan Road. Again, students have the option either of doing the enrichment program or the childcare program, or doing enrichment first and then transitioning to childcare. So I hope that information is helpful for the members of the committee and also for the public. I'll stop my share now and see if there's any discussion about this before I move on to the second part of my report.
Member Seraphy Cox has her hand up with a question or a comment.
Yeah, I have a question about how the staffing is done for each of the enrichment programs. Is it a stipend? Is that how we cover it? Or can you talk about, how that staffing works?
So it's not exactly a stipend. It's not something that's in the collective bargaining agreement. For teachers, and any elementary principal can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe they get the $30 an hour rate for work outside the school day that's listed in the CBA. For other hourly employees, and I know a lot of these are staffed by ESPs, I believe they make their hourly rate. Is that right, principals? No, it's not right. Okay, thank you, Sarah.
I think they get more than their hourly rate. I think that there's a standard
They get the
pay
blended rate?
Mhm.
Okay.
At least at Ryan Road.
Yes. Same thing at Bridge. And it's not always just employees. We oftentimes might get a caregiver or somebody in the community who wants to offer a program, you know, to teach to the kids. And so we post all of the positions once we know when we're ready to step off, all the positions get posted.
Thank you for that information. I apologize that I wasn't completely clear in my question. I was asking about the coordinators, but it is good to know about the teachers too. Can somebody talk to help the coordinators?
So we post as well for the coordinator position. And then the staffing is really based on who wants to teach, you know, so and what they want to teach. So it's not like the principals or the school district has any sort of idea about what the enrichment should look like. It's people who want to offer some enrichment. They put a course out there. We see if kids sign up, and if enough sign up, then we run that class. And so it's sort of more interest based on the adults and the families and the students, instead of us deciding that this is what we want to offer for enrichment. And so I couldn't tell you how many classes we're going to be running this year. I have no idea. It depends how many people come forward and want to teach, and then how many people sign up for those classes.
So
it's more fluid than you might think.
Of course. But you do have a coordinator position no matter how many classes. Okay.
Yes.
But
Yes.
that's not a stipended position. That is the same sort of and it's usually filled by an existing school employee.
That hasn't been the case for Bridge. When we first started the base program, we had someone from the outside who was a coordinator, and then the past few years it was a teacher from JFK.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay, Member Gold has his hand up next.
Great, thanks. And thanks for the time and effort that has gone into gathering this information. I think it's really helpful for the community to know it. Couple questions. First, the OLA base and YEP programs, did they all previously run 5 days a week before in previous years? Because right now they're 2 days a week. So I'm wondering if those were traditionally 5-day-a-week programs.
So again, that varies at each school. Ours were typically 3 days a week. I don't know what the other schools are, but that just seemed like that's what the need was. And so that's what we did. It'll be interesting to see how many people sign on, because we used to have our YEP program Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And so this will be a change in the days that we're offering YEP, which is youth enrichment programs. So we'll see how it goes.
And we did have 5 days a week. Not necessarily this, like some kids might have taken, I don't know, yoga Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then there were other classes maybe that kids only took on Tuesday, Thursday, but there were options 5 days a week. But now with the enrichment, we had to go down to the 2.
Okay, and do we know about OLA out of curiosity? Just 'cause, and I guess the follow-up question that, are those programs sustainable at if potentially at a reduced number of days? Do we know? Like if people are not volunteer, but they're getting the stipends, or they're getting paid by the whatever the correct word is, but the teachers that are running it, if it's something that is not more consistent for them, do we know that the program will be staffable?
I don't know if we know that, but I maybe foresee teachers teaching like for Bridge based on Monday and Friday, and might also want to do the liftoff program on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So they would have the opportunity to do something 5 days. But it's hard to know before we, put it out there to folks to see who wants to do it.
Okay. And then the other question would be, it seems like there's a lot of successes going on with the LEADS program and a lot of history there. And I wonder, is that something whether, hopefully in partnership with the Y, who's been a great partner to the other elementary schools in this, but is there a way to bring that to the other schools as well, where there is that coordinator position? I don't know if we need one for every single school or a shared one between the schools, but or a couple shared ones between the schools. I don't know what the administration would need, administrative capacity would be needed for that. But to have the early bird and the late start, because that's something that I didn't see in this, and sorry, Dr. Provost, for not catching it previously, but like the early bird coverage as well would be necessary for the community to know, because of the shift in the late start that we did. And so I wonder, is that ever been a thought at the other schools, trying to expand that programming to all the schools, whether in partnership with the YMCA or not? Or what is the comparison, I guess, is another thing to know, that, the YMCA program versus the early bird, late bird, how are they similar or different? So it's got two questions.
Yeah, let me take on the early bird first. Early bird, I think, or before school, whatever you want to call it, I don't think is going to be more than a half an hour or 45 minutes at the most at any school, because at that point you're talking about dropping off kids at 7:15 in the morning. I know there is a plan to offer before school care at Leeds. I know that it was not well subscribed, but there were a few families who said that they needed it. I know the Y is not going to be able to provide before school care, because we're for such a short period of time, they can't get the staff for it. They'd be asking people to come in to work a partial hour and then go do something else, and that they don't think that that's economically feasible. The second part of your question about whether or not we could essentially replicate LEAP at the other three schools causes me to reflect on my time in Agawam. When I was the special education director there, Agawam developed its own program. It was a school-based, well, I shouldn't say school-based, it was lightly connected to the schools. They essentially created a different department within the schools that ran a before and after school program. But that was a long time ago for me. Nick just came from Agawam. Nick was a principal there. I think he might be able to better speak to what type of administrative structure was necessary to run that program in Agawam. If you don't mind me putting you on the spot, Nick.
Oh, of course not. So basically the way it works in Agawam, all four of the elementary buildings have before and after school childcare, as well as our 5 and 6 Roberta Daring Middle School. A school of that sort doesn't exist in Northampton, but so there's 5 different childcare programs. In terms of administration for that, there's a director that oversees all of them. She's a full-time employee. She's got to be licensed through EEC. I believe she has a Director 1 license, which takes quite a bit to get. On top of that, each site has a site coordinator who would be there in the morning and then in the afternoon as well. To be a site coordinator, you have to be at least 21 years old. You have to have, I believe it's 12 credits of early childhood education coursework. And you have to have, I think, at least 1 year of experience working with children. So each site has one of those. And then under them would be what they call in Agawam group leaders. You would probably refer to them as direct care staff. They also have to have at least 1 year of experience working with children in order to be alone with groups of children. So there's quite a bit that goes into that. The licensure process through EEC is, that's a big animal as well. It's got to be renewed every, I think, 3 years. It gets audited. It's kept pretty tight. But it's also technically run by the town of Agawam. It's even though it exists in the schools and obviously serves the children who go to those schools, it's not technically part, at least on paper, part of the school department, which is why the licensure through EEC was necessary. You can also license a program such as that through DESE. And you would have Northampton Public Schools or whatever public school district's name on top, and then it would, you know, be considered technically more of a part of a school department. The licensure credentials through DESE are not as stringent as through EEC, but there's still quite a bit that would need to get done. You know, if we were to try to replicate something like that in Northampton, there would be, you know, quite a bit of hiring that would need to take place. As I said, you'd need a director or coordinator, whatever you would want to call them, to run the entire thing. You would also need at least a part-time staff member in central office to deal with billing and that sort of thing as well. The payroll aspect of it, there's a lot that would go into that. I can't speak to the differences between what the Y offers and what Leeds offers. Being brand new here, I'm not sure exactly what each program looks like. But I can speak to the undertaking, you know, both in terms of time, hiring, and cost that would go into expanding it to be something like where I came from, with which, you know, if we were going to try to put this in all 4 of the elementary buildings, I think it would be a smart move to be licensed either by DESE or by EEC, as it's, you know, it would now be district wide. So I don't know if anybody has any questions.
Well, so while I have the floor, I say I appreciate all the knowledge you have around it. And I think, you know, in a way that school committee, we have a responsibility at least to investigate and understand what it would cost the district to do this. Considering, you know, as the school committee that we voted to do this late start program, which is shifting the elementary and what childcare is. And, you know, so because of that, it's having a huge impact on families. And so at least to be able, you know, I think we need to figure out how do we solve that hiccup in the late start plan. And to know the cost would be important. And what would be the realisticness of having it, and also to know if the other elementary schools would even want it. I think that's something also to know. But I do feel that it's you know, I appreciate that the Y is looking into the, for lack of a better word, the prorated option of if families join after base or OLA or YEP. But the flexibility, I think, is really important for families. You know, if they just need an hour and a half, you know, versus the full time, you know, I think you have to spend, if I'm not mistaken with the Y, you have to buy the whole program. But it sounds like they're going to offer us a prorated at least for the second piece. So all that being said, I hope we can continue to investigate this and make sure that we have a flexible and affordable option for families for after school care for sure. And we'll learn this year whether or not how much we need for before school care.
Thank you, Member Gold. Member Voss, you have your hand up next.
I'm gonna wait in line and let Member Goldman go because she's worked so hard on this, and I do have 2 questions, but let her go first. If you have something to add. No, okay, then sorry. I just thought you might be clarifying something. I have, I guess, a specific question and a general question. A question about the Leeds changes and program that you presented to us at the last meeting. Some of the emails that have passed through my inbox. I realized something wasn't clear to me and maybe to others, and that is the district funding any of the plan for the Leeds program, or is it self-sufficient? And my understanding was it was self-sufficient and there was a sliding scale and it was all worked out. And I just
That's
want to clarify
correct.
that because it seems
That's
like
correct.
there's confusion. Okay, that was my understanding. And then listening to this conversation, a second question I have is, if there's childcare coordinators at some of the schools, maybe at all, that's not clear to me either. But the basic question is money in our district's budget that supports these before and after school programs roughly equitable, comparable across our 4 elementary schools? And the reason I ask it that way is I think, you know, different principals and different families at these schools have had these programs develop over time. And I personally don't see that they all have to be identical, but certainly want to offer reasonable level of support. So I guess the question is, how much are we supporting, or just, are they, Dr. Provost, are they similar across all 4 schools in your mind?
They're similar at all 4 schools. They're, as Principal Madden mentioned, they run on a subscription basis. So if there's not enough interest in order to fund the program, then it doesn't run. The district support is really minimal, if anything, for any of these enrichment programs.
That was my understanding. And then I guess my final question for you, Dr. Provost, and I'm asking you, but anyone else can chime in. I'm asking you because I think you have a bird's eye view of all 4 of them more. So 2 years ago, before COVID, there was certain programming. Do you feel like the programming that you've just presented to us is comparable to that, less or more than that, for outside of school care?
Well, I think that the major addition is the Liftoff Learning Program. That was something that didn't exist at all prior to COVID. The after-school programs, I would say, in terms of childcare, are more extensive, but the before school are less extensive. So I think those offset. So I think the main new piece of this puzzle is Liftoff Learning, which provides a whole new option for students 3 days a week. That does constrain the enrichment to 2 days a week. So there's some trade-off there. But I do think on the whole, there's more programming available to kids under this model.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
I just wanted to add something
Principal
about
Madden.
that.
Yes, go ahead, Principal Madden.
The addition of the transportation for the Liftoff Learning is a huge difference. So we've had a lot of families who've wanted to participate in after-school programming, but since we didn't have transportation, for many families, it wasn't an option. And so having the transportation as part of the Liftoff Learning, I think, is a really wonderful addition.
Thank you for that, Principal Madden. Member Goldman, you have your hand up next.
Thank you. Yes. I'll follow that comment with my first question, where you mentioned, Superintendent Provost, that there would be transportation available for the Liftoff program students on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Thursdays at the end of the program at 4 o'clock. Can you speak a little bit more about that transportation? Is that transportation exclusively for the Liftoff program students, or would other students have access to that? Perhaps students that were in the Y program or the Late Bird at Leeds? And then the other question about that would just be to confirm that the late bus, that bus is not available on Mondays and Fridays.
I confirm that it's not available on Monday and Friday. Thank you for the question about Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. This is something that we've talked about, you and I, in the past. Yes, so the transportation that we are providing is to make sure that there are no barriers to students who we want to have in the Liftoff Learning. So they would have the priority for transportation. However, if there are additional seats on the bus and students from other programs wanted to leave at 3:30, then we would make those available on a lottery basis.
Thank you. And can you speak to, I understand that the Liftoff program is supported by funding related to recovery efforts. And can you talk a little bit about how long you're expecting, and maybe a different answer, how long you plan on offering the Liftoff programming for students who qualified?
When we were discussing the budget, I said that this is going to be a process that is multi-year. So I think that Liftoff Learning definitely will run through the entirety of this school year. We will have to reassess the needs going forward. I think there may be some version of this or some kind of it. I think it will be smaller in year 2 and hopefully even smaller in year 3. But I can't say for sure until I see how students respond. So it's definitely a one-year commitment to lift off learning. And then I strongly suspect that some form of additional support is going to be needed for a smaller group of students in year 2, and then even a smaller group of students in year 3. It might not be after school, it might be something else, but we have some work to do with some of our kids.
Sure, thank you. And the lift-off program is specifically, as we mentioned before, for more so for 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders?
Yes, however, as I mentioned when we were in our planning meeting this morning, and this is consistent with the results that I've shared with the committee, it's really next year's 1st and 2nd graders that are showing the biggest impacts. So it's possible that we may run out of slots in the day with our interventionists to support 1st and 2nd graders in the course of the school day. So some of those students may be invited to attend liftoff as well.
Okay, and then I'm really interested to look at the data for the liftoff programming for recovery, but then also if we might see if that kind of additional support might be worth bringing into the district, longer term, if there's a model there to help us continue to help our students, support our students reach their potential. Could you speak, we're talking a little bit about how Leeds doesn't have the YMCA, but the other schools do. And it's my understanding that our relationship with the Y is important to the district. And it seems like the other schools have been quite satisfied with their involvement in after-school programming. Can you speak to the relationship the district has with the Y a little bit, please?
I would say of all of the community agencies that I interface with, I probably talk to the Y more than any. And that's because they are providing more services to more students on a daily basis than any other organization I can think of in town. Probably a close second, or maybe a tie, would be Smith College. But it's a partner that's on that level. I would consider it a first tier partner. In your question was about the importance of the relationship. Was there anything else about the nature of the relationship, or?
No, I guess I just worry. I value our relationship with the Y, and I just want to recognize that the after-school programming is a significant, significant part of our relationship with them. And so in some of the ideas around bringing all of the childcare in-house, which also has its benefits, I don't want to neglect to highlight the importance of the Y and our relationship with them in that way. As we consider, I did just assume that the principals and the coordinators for each of the elementary schools were in some, were able to support each other and check in about what they're all doing about their childcare programming, so that all of the schools are meeting their individual students' needs. Right? Would you say that is the case? I think that's what
that the principals have
saying.
That the principals have building level coordination with the Y. Yeah, I would say that's fair. I would say, especially when there are students who need support, I think principals get involved with the Y.
Okay.
I see Sarah shaking her head, yes.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Goldman. Member Gold, you have your hand up.
Yeah, thanks. A couple follow-ups. One on Member Voss's question about the cost to the district of the Leeds program. I think there might be a correction there, because if I'm not mistaken, there is a cost to the district in the area with benefits, in the sense that it's a full-time position. It's a position that actually we are providing health benefits and unemployment benefits, I'm guessing, or what have you. So there's that piece of it. it sounds like the city's HR department is dedicating time and resources to, and I don't know if that's true for all the programs. I don't know, are all the, Dr. Provost, are all the programs run through HR, like BASE and OLA and
Yeah, all payrolls run through HR.
okay, so all the, okay. And then the other piece is that because it's a posted position, am I not mistaken? If the tuition doesn't cover the salary, then the district is, for lack of a better word, on the hook for the salary for that position?
So yes, well, I would offer a correction to your correction. First, I would say that the health benefits are an additional cost. I don't see them as a cost to the district. They would be a cost to the city. It would be for that one individual who was authorized at the last meeting, because in the case of all the rest of the employees, they're already employees within the district who have a health care package, or they are people coming in from the outside whose hours within an enrichment program would not be sufficient for them to qualify for benefits. I would agree with you that in the event that this new position became unnecessary in the course of the year because the program at Leeds folded up, then we would have an unemployment liability for that person. Although I think that the chance of the program at Leeds going away this year is probably low.
Yeah, sorry, I meant, yeah, that it was the coordinator's position that was the benefits, not all the staff. So there is that piece, and yeah, you're right, it is for the city, but it does come at a cost beyond the tuition. I think there is some pieces to make sure we're aware of on that one. I do want to clarify, and the administrators and know, and then a lot of people know way more about it than I do, but I know that like the definition of like childcare versus after school tutoring program, there's a difference there, right? Like there's limitations on who can go do the after the liftoff. So I just want to make sure we don't mistakenly call liftoff learning childcare on those 3 days. It really isn't a childcare program. So just to make sure that that's clear for everyone. And then the last piece, and I appreciate Member Goldman, how you were emphasizing the importance of the why and the relationship. And I wouldn't want to see us lose that. I hopefully it only would strengthen it and find ways to do that. I guess I wonder, what can we do to partner with the why to provide the flexibility that we see in the Leeds program, because you pay by the hour, if I'm not mistaken, or how, and sort of like we see with the base program, at least I know from that one, like there's the flexibility of how many days and how many classes that you want. There's a lot more built-in flexibility where we don't necessarily have that through the Y. So to see how can we partner with the Y to find that flexibility would maybe get more interest from the community in attending it. Because I think that's a really important piece that I see that the Leeds program and the previous base program were providing. So I do want to emphasize those pieces of it. But yeah, I appreciate making sure that we don't do anything but yeah, to make sure that we don't lose that partnership at all. And I guess it's really about, making sure that there's flexibility in low cost care for all schools, right? Like I think what we're seeing is we have a great program at Leeds that does do that. And what can we do to make that a equitable offering at all the schools? Not the Leeds program, but that functionality, for lack of a better word, the features of it that is flexible and low cost would be important to do.
So if I could respond to those things,
Please, yeah.
Liftoff learning is definitely not childcare. That is a different color on the graphic. It's meant to show that, and childcare is offered concurrently with it for families who don't qualify for liftoff learning but want to have childcare. So it's two separate programs running at the same time. But I agree with that distinction. The issue, I have been, as I said, this is a collaboration that's important to me. I have been working with the director around trying to create as much flexibility and as much comparability as possible, which is why they're now investigating the after liftoff care. The barrier, and it would be a barrier that I think we would run up against with ourselves if we went through the whole process of licensing it ourselves, is licensing. Because as part of their license, they need to be able to assure that they have staffing ratios in place on every day. So they need to know how many kids are coming in on a day so that they can have the staff there to meet the ratios. So it may be that if we end up, I just want to throw this out there, it may be that if we end up running, you know, a YMCA-like program in all of our elementary schools, then we end up having the same constraints that the YMCA has all of our elementary schools.
Great, thanks.
Okay.
Wrapping my head around that, thanks.
Okay. So thank you, Dr. Provost. Thank you, Member Gold, for making sure that we had this presentation this evening. And let's move on now to part 2 of your superintendent report, Dr. Provost.
Okay, thanks very much. I'm going to share my screen again. Okay, I'll go quickly through this, looking at the time. When I presented the winter screening data at our last student success meeting, results were disaggregated by race. The presentation prompted a request for further information about students with disabilities. There was also a request to share information about the range of scores rather than just the median score. So for my report, I'm going to follow up on both of those requests. I'll just say something about the transition to box and whisker charts rather than just showing group means. That was something that one of the members asked for. I did get some feedback that it was confusing that we're moving from one format to another format. It was not intended to create more confusion. It was just intended to try to be responsive to that member's request. So let me take a moment to describe the main features of this chart so you'll understand the information depicted. These are composite scores on the early literacy battery for kindergartners with disabilities. Although some kindergartners with disabilities may have entered or exited the district during the course of the year, or entered or exited the group by either being qualified or exited from special education, the students in all 3 assessments are mostly the same. So this presents a picture of early literacy development over time. The range of student scores are represented by box and whisker diagrams. The lowest and highest observed score on each administration is depicted by the endpoints of the lines extending from the boxes. The middle 50% of scores fall within the blue boxes, 25 fall between the top of the box and the top end of the upper line. The remaining 25% fall between the bottom of the box and the bottom of the lower line. To provide some context, I've also drawn in the approximate average range for the national normative sample. As a reminder, these norms were developed during the pre-COVID era, and the sample is composed mainly of non-disabled students. The average range in the national sample is defined as the middle 50% of observed performances. It is the box, if you will, in the big box and whisker chart for the entire national sample. This chart shows a similar pattern to what we saw in the other charts where I was just doing group means, where you see performance increasing throughout the course of the year, showing that new skills were being developed, but more and more of the group falling below the average range. So this would have been a chart, if we was doing it the other way, that showed an upward sloping line in terms of raw score, but a downward sloping line in terms of percentile rank. The reason that I drew the average range in, and this is approximate average range, that's sort of freehand drawn, was just to provide some context here, because the average changes throughout the course of the year, and it changes especially with younger students. You've heard me say many times that the early years are the times of optimal development. You see that in the large jumps in the average range depicted on these graphs. You'll see that as we get into the higher grades, that average doesn't change as much over time because growth of all students is slowing down. But for kindergarten students, the growth is quite rapid. Some commenters on this have asked, well, what would be the appropriate group for us to compare to? And really, this isn't shown in this this representation tonight, but I think the most appropriate comparison groups would be the students with disabilities subgroup in comparable districts or in the state as a whole. And we don't have the 2021 data yet back on that, but we do have the 2019 data. So just to give you a frame of reference on those comparators, in 2019, for our students with disabilities in Northampton, in grades 3 through 8, 16% were proficient or advanced as measured by MCAS. In the overall statewide sample of students with disabilities, 16% were advanced or proficient on MCAS in grades 3 through 8. So dead on to the statewide average. Not that the goal is to be the average, but it shows that we're within the range of performances that was seen across the state. With respect to mathematics, 14% of students with disabilities in Northampton in grades 3 through 8 were proficient or advanced on the 2019 MCAS administration, as compared to 15% of students with disabilities in the statewide sample. So we have a similar pattern in grade 1. Again, you see performance increasing from the first administration to the second administration. Here it's winter and spring. We were trying to limit the amount of testing we were doing, so we didn't have a fall measure for this group of students. But you can see scores are increasing, but not quite enough to keep pace with the way the average growth in the national normative sample was.
John, do you mind if I ask a quick question?
Sure.
Thank you. And I'm just going to say that box and whisker plots are great. So thank you. And thank you for explaining them. And if you went back to the previous one, my question might be easier to ask. I think what I heard you say is this average range is not for students with disabilities. It's an average that includes all students. And so, is that right?
That's correct.
So we're comparing students with disabilities. Would you expect these blue boxes to be a little bit below the average range because of the sample you're looking at? And really, maybe my other question is, if we looked at this in a non-COVID year, would those blue boxes look different?
I would expect the students with disabilities to be below the average range. It is probably one of the most extreme examples of a biased sample you can get, because one of the ways in which students qualify to be in the group is they go through this flow chart, and one of the questions on the flow chart is the student making effective progress in the general ed curriculum? If the answer is yes, they can't have a disability under the IDEA. So it's self-selected only to be students who are not making progress in the general ed curriculum. It's very frequent for us to have students 2 or more years below their grade placement by the time they're identified for special education. And then it's also biased the other way too, because in a best case scenario, we're able to fully remediate all aspects of the disability to the extent that students are able to just progress with regular education. When we do that, they're no longer considered students with disabilities. So those successes disappear from the subgroup. So I would always expect there to be this group sort of biased towards the low end of performance because of that. Although, as you'll see in some of these upcoming charts, they performed quite well compared to even the sample that was inclusive of all students, not just students with disabilities. As far as what it would look like in a pre-COVID year, and rather than speculating, I would say I'd have to go back and run the analysis. We do have information for students with disabilities in prior COVID years, and I could come back and present that if that's of interest to the school committee. But I don't want to guess.
I don't want to make work for you. I just wanted to get, I don't want to make work for you. I just wanted to get a sense of whether or not you felt like, I mean, clearly the fact that it improved is a good thing, but get a sense of if you had any insight. But no, I don't want to make work for you. Thanks.
Okay. So moving on to grade 2, I'll say This is where the pattern starts to reverse. I'm sorry, is there
Sorry.
another question?
Yeah,
Sorry,
sorry.
I can't see the hands, so.
Member Gold, I'm sorry. Sorry, Dr. Provost. It's the screen is truncated a little here with the screen share. Go ahead, Member
No
Gold.
worries. No worries. Dr. Provost, I appreciated how you talked about wanting to do or the benefit of doing a comparison of because this is on the previous year's national norm, and comparing us to other schools and districts across the state. Were you comparing? Was it by the achievement categories? Was that that was on? You said it was on 2019. Was it grades 3 to 8? Or I missed what you had said on that piece.
Yes, that's what I said.
Okay, and then I guess I would just encourage us to also look at SGP and the student growth percentile, because that I agree. You know, the achievement level is important, like when we look at student growth percentile, there certainly shows that we need to put some more supports for students with disabilities. As cursory look was, we were at the 44th percentile for grades 3 to 8 in math and in ELA in 2019, meaning that our district was growing lower than the average than across the state. So, or in the year, sorry, there are peer groups. So I think it's important to make sure we look at SGP as well there.
That's a good point. Okay, are there any other questions before I go on grade 2? All right, so let me say, starting with grade 2, we see the pattern start to reverse. I think this is really hopeful. From this point on, you'll see students with disability acquiring literacy skills at faster than typical rates. So as you can see here, the box representing the performance of the middle 50% of students with disabilities moves from completely below to partially within the average range for all students, showing that if this was an SGP to your question, Member Gold, I would guess that this was probably an SGP from, definitely above 50, probably above 60, because they're closing the gap. In some cases, particularly in the development of early literacy in kindergarten and in first grade, some students progress slower than the normal rate. So I want to point out that there is the bottom half of this, there's the bottom line. But in general, students were progressing faster than the normal rate of growth that was observed in prior years on the normative sample. For grade 3, students also made progress with respect to the national norms. You can see that middle box every time sneaking more and more into the average range. On grade 4, same thing. This is the first time where we see the middle 50% of students with disabilities in our district above the average range, which was a group of mainly students without disabilities. So that's very encouraging for me. And you see same thing in grade 5, where we're going from a little bit below to basically completely within the average range. In grade 6, a significant percentage of students with disabilities performed above the average band on all 3 rounds of screening. So I think that's a really promising finding. Same was true, well, at least in fall and spring for grade 7. And then in grade 8, most of the observations fell within or above the average range as well. So now quickly changing over to mathematics. Due to the limited number of early numeracy screeners administered, we don't have composite scores below grade 2. So that's where we'll start. Here we see students progressing at about the expected rate of growth, so that their performance relative to the national norms remained about the same from fall to spring. The growth in grade 3 was much the same. And in grade 4, and in grade 5, as well as in grade 6. And I think this is really important because if you remember when we looked at grade 6 and we were looking at it, the racial disaggregation, you saw that there was pretty significant regression in those groups, which are again composed mainly of students without disabilities. I think the students with disabilities were sort of the group that ran counter to the regression that we saw in grade 6 as a whole in mathematics. Because as you can see, as the year went on, more of the group got into the average range. In grade 7, more students with disabilities moved within the average range with each successive screening. In grade 8, we also saw more students with disabilities moving from below average to the average or above average range. So overall, these results show that students with disabilities made effective progress in reading and math. As I said, there may be individual students within the subgroup for whom this wasn't true, but in general, students with disabilities made progress. As was the case for our entire population, the early literacy skills of students with disabilities grew at a slower rate than expected. In other grades, students with disabilities generally showed typical or above average rates of improvement, so performance gaps closed in many areas, or at least got no worse. Finally, it should be noted that in every grade other than kindergarten, there were students with disabilities who exceeded grade level expectations all across the board. So this was really the basis for my statement that we saw some students with disabilities really thrive this year. I think we saw the majority of students with disabilities thrive this year. Again, it's not true for every student with disability, but was true for the group as a whole. I think we have spoken so many times about the work that special educators did to make sure that students with disabilities were able to make progress, not only with the general curriculum, but also on the goals and objectives in their IEPs. They started this work a year ago. Last July, it was in the community room at JFK. Our first students back in COVID were students with disabilities. Our first staff back, first educational staff back, were staff working with students with disabilities. And I think that really paid off this year. You know, there will certainly be successes and failures when we analyze the data as a whole, but I think the strong early support that students with disabilities got and the attention they got, especially in the first part of the year when they got services that I would say were demonstrably better than services that were available to their general ed peers. We made good gains, and I think that will pay off for years to come. So I'll stop my share and take any questions the committee has about that.
Member Voss, you have your hand up.
Thanks, and thanks for the new data. I have two questions. One, if you went back to those data you just showed us and broke it out in the same racial groups that our presentation a few months ago was, or have you done that? What would we see? Would there be a big difference like there was in the group that was not special ed students?
The only way I could think to do that would be by combining all students in grades 3 to 8 together, because when you take a small subgroup and then further divide it into other subgroups, it gets really tricky.
I understand. I guess what I'm wondering is if we have any insight into whether or not all students with disabilities did as well, and it didn't matter whether they were Hispanic or white or African American, or do we, based on all the other data we've seen, I don't know if that would be the case. So it just seems like an important, if there's a way to get at that, and I'm not asking for another presentation, but I think it's just something people who have those data should think about. And then related to that, as I'm thinking about the previous presentation and this one, and the long-term goal of trying to bridge the gap between different groups of students, if we look at our special ed students, our students with disabilities, and we ask what proportion of those students are white, what proportion are Hispanic, what proportion are other racial groups that we identify. Does it look like our general population, or are there, say, more white students who have been identified with disabilities?
I can answer that question definitively. So there's a report that comes out just about every year in August. It's from the Department of Education. One of the things they do is they look at students we've identified, they disaggregate them by racial subgroup, and they let us know whether or not we are guilty of disproportionality within our identification. So for the last, actually, since the report has been run, we have been found not to be disproportional, not either over-identifying or under-identifying students as having disabilities on the basis of race.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any other questions or comments related to the superintendent report? If not, thank you very much, Dr. Provost. And actually, we'll now turn to item 7 on the agenda, new business, which is a presentation and vote on district improvement plan metrics. And that again is your presentation, Dr. Provost.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen for the final time tonight. And I'm going to walk you through portions of this document. When the school committee voted to approve the district improvement plan, I had shared snippets of a version of this, which was really the implementation plan. You have this in your packet, and it starts with the implementation plan, which is really what the timeline looks like based on which items seem to be prepotent to others, and also how much bandwidth every individual who's responsible for them can maintain in a year. I'm not going to talk about that, but that's in there. I want to focus on the metrics themselves, which is the part that we had a lot of discussion about the night that the district improvement plan was approved. So the first goal we have is to empower and engage caregivers and the community through classroom, school, and district collaboration that is culturally responsive and values anti-bias, anti-racist practices. I proposed 4 metrics on this. First was to increase the percent of caregivers who agree students are disciplined fairly at school and at the district level. You can see the status of the indicator in 2021 based on the results of the Ed Trust survey. Right now, 16% agree or strongly disagree. I would propose a goal of getting that up to 25%. The next one is to increase the percent of caregivers who find the district very or extremely responsive to input or concerns. Again, that came from the Ed Trust survey. Right now, 37% find the district very or extremely responsive. I would propose a goal of getting it to 45%, finding the district very or extremely responsive. The third was increase the number of caregivers who complete the Ed Trust survey. We had 489 responses. Our goal is to continue to distribute this on an annual basis and to try to get a larger population. I'm going to talk more about that in a second. We want to use different strategies rather than just doing electronic survey. But let me come back to that in a second. And then the fourth proposed one is to reduce the number of vocal student survey cultural competence items with a negative between group difference of greater than 7 points. The reason 7 points is chosen is because that is the statistically significant threshold for the vocal survey. Differences of less than 6 points may not be significant. Right now, 9 of the 15 items on the survey show a negative difference greater than 7% for at least one subgroup. And my goal would be to get it to 5 or fewer items. Now, I did get some feedback on this set of proposed metrics, and it was to the point of this really being around trying to lift up voices that may not necessarily have access to the process right now, or not have political capital, not be heard as much in the system. And nothing within this explicitly speaks to that. That was an intention of the third metric. Part of the reason that we wanted to increase the number of surveys was to draw a more representative sample. There are some ways that we could adjust this to make it more explicit. For example, we could change this one to increase the number of BIPOC caregivers who complete the Ed Trust survey. In that case, if that seems to be more on target for the school committee, I would keep the overall logic of trying to double it. In that case, we would be doubling from 40 to 80. So that's the first set of proposed metrics. The second goal is to strengthen and sustain professional growth opportunities and collaboration for district employees with a focus on equity and anti-bias work to increase student engagement and mastery of content and area standards. Here we're proposing 2 metrics. One would be to increase the percentage of 5th graders who read books in class that include people who are similar to them. For example, who look like them, speak the same, or live in similar neighborhoods. That's vocal item number 14. I should explain what vocal is. So let me just do this and then I'll go back to that. And then the second one is to increase the percentage of developing or transforming culturally relevant practices observed during structured classroom observations, and we have an appendix for that. Vocal is also in the appendix. I know you have looked at this document, so I'm saying this mainly for the public, because we talk much more about MCAS scores than we talk about vocal results, but embedded within the MCAS is a student survey. It's called Vocal, and it touches on many of the items that I think are connected to our district improvement plan. So one of the questions I got for feedback on this is, why are we focusing just on 5th graders? In fact, the feedback said, isn't that something that younger kids could do? And yes, absolutely, younger kids can do it. It is a question that's asked in the 5th grade vocal assessment as well. The reason I proposed 5th grade is that's the only grade level where students in Northampton endorse this at lower rates than the state. In many other grade levels, and all the other grade levels, I believe, where this question is asked, the students in Northampton say they see themselves in the curriculum to a much greater extent than students statewide do, but not 5th grade. So there could be something about the materials we're using in 5th grade. So that's why I'm suggesting this would be the area to focus in on that. And then to increase the percentage of developing or transforming culturally relevant practices and observed structured classroom observations. So one of the commenters on this asked, so if we really did this, if our anti-bias, anti-racist work and work to increase student engagement was successful, what would it look like? I say that it would look like having more evident culturally responsive practice in our district. And here, I think I'm choosing 2 metrics that look at that. One, looking at from the student perspective, and those 5th graders, do they see themselves in the curriculum materials we're using? That's a core component of culturally responsive practice. But then also looking at it from classroom observation. And so we're not thinking of this as on yet another component to add to teacher evaluation. I do think a lot of the classroom observations would be done by administrators, but I also think that a lot of them would be done just on learning walks with teams of educators. And the goal would be to increase the percentage of developing or transforming, which are the higher levels of culturally relevant practice as compared to what we see now. So I think that's how those 2 tie into that goal. And then the third goal is to provide instruction and curriculum that empower all students to explore who they are, to embrace and honor the world around them, to identify and think critically about the messages they receive, and to be powerful contributors of change. The metrics I'm proposing for this are to reduce the number of vocal student survey participations with negative between group differences of greater than 7 points. And the participation survey speaks directly to the items within this that talk about students being active participants in their own learning. That's why I think that subscale on the vocal survey is appropriate for this. Also, increasing the percentage of students who complete an innovation pathway or earn a seal of biliteracy. Again, if you look at not the goal itself, but the objectives that help to operationalize the goal, a lot of them talk about giving students real world experiences, giving them experiences that are relevant to them. And I think that one concrete way of measuring that is how many students we're getting into these, either a high school innovation pathway or the seal of biliteracy, because that's a student choice. That is something that a student has to pick to say, I want to have a different curriculum than I normally would have because it specifically speaks to me. So I think that that talks about empowering them as choice makers in their learning. Next, to increase the percentage of 11th and 12th graders, 12th grade students of all subgroups taking advanced coursework to 70%. Here you can see what the current racial breakdown of that looks like. Again, there is an item within this goal that speaks specifically about increasing the representation of all groups in our advanced coursework. And then finally, increasing the percentage of students in all subgroups who are taking at least one arts course. Data, I think that this should not be common here. General media, music, theater, or visual to 85%. And again, you know, these are electives. These are student choices. And another thing that is included as one of the objectives under this goal is to allow students to experience joy in learning. And I think it's these courses that for many students bring out an experience of joy. So you can see that our participation rates are already very high, already above the statewide average, and already very equitable, but I think we could do better. So those are the proposed metrics around goal 4. I'm sorry, around goal 3, and then around goal 4, addressing the current inequity of educational resources through a data-driven framework of strategies that provide equitable outcomes to students. And so the first one is to reduce between group differences on winter screening. You can see what the current, this is basically data from my last presentation. The goal would be, right now, we're seeing between group differences of about 25 to almost 40%. And the goal would be to reduce it to about 10%. Second is to reduce between group differences on the percentage of students meeting or exceeding expectations on 3rd grade ELA. And again, you can see pretty stark difference here. On 3rd grade, this is again 2019 data, 64% of white students were meeting or exceeding expectations in English language arts, but only 16% of Hispanic or Latino students. And so the goal here would be to try to cut that difference essentially in half, while also making sure that white students continue to increase the number of the percentage of students meeting or exceeding expectations. The third one is to reduce between group differences in the percentage of students meeting or exceeding expectations on the grades 3 to 8 MCAS. So as you see, as I think we've said many times, the 2019 MCAS showed that multiracial students met or exceeded expectations at rates higher than any other racial subgroup in the district and the statewide average. So that is the group that we're trying to close a gap with now. And so the goal would be to reduce the average achievement gaps between all the other groups and multiracial students by 25%. By 25%. And then the last one, to reduce the between group differences in four-year graduation rates. And so you can see 2020 data here. The four-year graduation rate for white students, Northampton High was 20, I should say Northampton because it includes out-of-district students, including those who are not educated at Northampton High, but it was 95.3% as compared to 88.6% for Hispanic or Latino students and 84.6% for multiracial students. So the proposed goal here is to increase four-year graduation rate to 95% with a rate of 90% or higher for all racial subgroups. So there was a comment on this one as well, that, you know, it certainly focuses on the outcome piece of this, but should there be an input piece as well? My recommendation on that is that is a rabbit hole that is, on the one hand, instrumental to what we really want to see, which is greater equity of outcome, and also an impossible task. You know, as I sit here, you know, the education reform law was essentially a wealth redistribution law, and it has tried for 30 years to find a formula that adequately addresses differences in inputs for students. It does try to send more resources from wealthy communities to less affluent communities, and does recognize that different groups of students are more expensive to educate. And they've been at it for 30 years, and I think they're so far from having the formula right. I've been a very vocal critic of it. And it's not for lack of trying. They've had great policy people on it. They've had great educators on it. But I think it is just such a tough nut to crack. I think we would spend a lot of time, you know, on a fool's errand trying to solve that problem when we can directly address the goal we're looking for, which is greater outcome equity. So those are my recommendations. I'll stop the share and open it up to the school committee.
Okay, Member Kaufman.
Sure, thanks. Dr. Barvos, can you put that back on so I can comment on them specifically?
Sure.
Thank you. So let's go back to the goal number one. So, I mean, I just want to preface this by saying I know this is tough work, and I didn't give you any feedback, but I just want to share some ways I think it can be improved somewhat tonight. So, I mean, I think overall these are goals by 2024, and I know that they're based on our metrics, on our strategies. Do you have anywhere written, or is the expectation that there'll be improvement each year, with the goal of 2024 being met in 3 years from now?
The expectation is that you would see progress towards them, but no organization or individual that I know grows in a straight line. You know, it's going to yo-yo up and down on each of these measures, but the goal is to try to hit these targets by 2024.
Yeah, okay. I just want to see if you gave it some thought. I mean, I would argue that because this is an expectation, this is a target that we would want to see growth. And I know that you'll bring this back to the future school committees, and that will be their natural thinking as we're heading in the wrong direction. But I do think it might help you just to put in some statement of what you just said, like this is a 3-year goal, yet we're expecting to see incremental improvements each year, or else it just seems to lose something in the gap there. And I know that's going to happen, but I just think it'll strengthen it a little bit. So that's a general sort of statement. And then I would just, for now, just focus on goal number one, that I think it would strengthen this if you look at both the percentage of individuals that so far have disagreed or strongly disagreed, as well as the the numbers of folks that have agreed. So I'm wondering if you thought about this or whether you would consider putting in another 2024 goal for each of these, or I guess for the first two. Let me just say for the first two on this goal of not only decreasing 16% disagree or strongly disagree, but maybe 5% strongly disagree. And if you want to keep 25% agree or strongly agree, that's fine, but I would push it higher than that for sure. So what you're saying basically is that we're still going to have a lot of people in the middle that neither agree or disagree. And I just don't think that's very, it's not a very lofty goal and it's not realistic. I think if we're trying to do these things, the expectation could be higher. So I just spoke a lot, but basically what I'm saying is, would you consider putting in a decreased number or decreased percentage of individuals that are disagreeing or strongly disagreeing, and also consider raising the current 25% goal, followed by the next one of 45%, even higher? Or your thoughts?
I have no objection to doing either of those if that's what the committee wants.
Okay. I don't know how we get to what the committee wants, but let me continue. I'll hang on to that. But I'm glad you agree. And then let me just move on to goal number 2. I'm just going to skip around here because I see a number of hands raised. Number 2, I would say for the first one, well, let me just ask you, when you say like the 2020, for row number 1, for the 2021 status of indicator, 45% of NPA students endorse this item. Is that a misprint, or do you know what that means? Does that mean they agree or strongly agree with the item? Or
it means they agree or strongly agree that their materials include representations of people who look like them.
Okay, so it's not that they like the idea, that they're saying they actually have seen it. So I'm wondering why you don't have 100%. Just why are we shooting for 52, which is a slightly more? If this is something we believe in, and I know that we can provide these resources for teachers, and I know maybe 100% of 5th graders might not make that connection, but why such a minimum goal of 52? Why not 95 to 100% on this one?
I think because it's dangerous to put out a goal that isn't being seen anywhere. It's really asking us to commit to doing something that we're not seeing in the environment. I mean, the goal setting, I'll just talk about my approach to goal setting and why I talk about comparative districts so much. My goal is always for us to be the number 1 district in our group. But that doesn't mean that we can be, have 100% of students exceeding expectations on all things. There has to be a level of realism. So what I can say is, on this item, when you ask 5th graders across the state, 52% of them say that they see themselves in the material. I think we could push it a little bit beyond the statewide average, but I think to push it far beyond the statewide average would be to really set us up to not meet the goal.
Well, this seems to me, I don't know what the district is doing in this. If are we expecting to make books available that include people from all over the world and all types of backgrounds? And are we expecting 5th grade teachers to not only make those available to their students, but in some way encourage them to read it?
We are, but remember, this question doesn't measure directly whether those materials are available.
Yeah.
It's whether students will say that they see it. This is a survey that's given to 5th grade students after they've completed in MCAS. And I'm not sure that even the presence of those materials in 100% of classrooms is going to result in 100% of 5th graders saying, yep, that's me.
Right. Well, so I don't know if kids are going to read them, but not recognize it by the time they're answering the question. That's a very valid point. But I think I don't want to trick them up either and ask them a question that they should be saying yes to, but they don't remember. So the metric might be better to think about that teachers made available to all 5th grade students a variety of books that represent people from all different backgrounds, including their own, and encourage the reading of this. something like that, it just means like that, at least we know that that's what teachers are doing.
Yeah, I mean, that's a different way of getting at it, and there certainly are audit protocols we could use to substantiate that. I will just say, and I'm fine with that if that's the approach the committee wants to take. What's lost in that is the student voice, you know.
I hear you. Right. No, I definitely hear you. But I think what you're bringing up is maybe we can't trust the student voice to answer appropriately. So I don't know the best way to get to it. I think we're on the same page, but I think by just saying 7% more students will agree to this isn't really getting close to a goal we have, I believe, which is making this available to 100% of kids and hoping that many of them will take care of it. But we'll choose that book. That gets a little tricky, but 52 isn't nearly as impressive as making the opportunity available, which is, I think, at the heart of the situation. So again, just real quickly, can we move to number 3? Goal number 3. And so the last row here, I certainly appreciate the fact that we have so many students who are taking at least one arts course. But the goal here in 2024 isn't any different. So, I mean, statistically speaking, we're almost talking about the same number of kids. In fact, we probably are, if we looked at it mathematically. So how does that accomplish increasing something if we're looking at probably the mean of all these kids together is probably about 85%? Then what are we trying to accomplish by 2024? If I'm reading that.
Well, it's not. I mean, it's not, because the largest subgroup we have is white and they're below 85. So it would be an increase in the arts participation by students across the district.
Yeah, I guess it just looks very tiny again. I guess this falls into my idea before about pushing it a little bit higher, even if it was like 90. But I'm not even sure we want to increase the percentage of all. I mean, this is a different matter. I'm not even sure we want to increase it, knowing that the number already is probably 82.5%. Maybe that's a separate question, Dr. Provost. But if we are going to leave it in, I would push for us to make it even higher then, if that's something that we believe in. And the last one, I'll just make this quickly on page 4. Again, I do believe that in the dip, we talked about increasing the number of kids that are graduating in 4 years. But I wanted to ask you, maybe professionally or otherwise, why are we targeting a 4-year graduation rate? Why does that make a difference any longer?
So we got them, dude.
Considering
he's got metrics. We got it.
Sorry, are you still there, Dr. Provost?
Yes, I am. That was someone else.
Sorry. Just seems like a lot of the work that we've done is trying to minimize the 4-year graduation rate and really concentrate more on a 3-year or 4-year or 5-year rate. So give kids who might need time to excel or might need further time to explore. 5-year graduation rates are a lot higher statewide than 4 years. So why did we choose to focus on 4-year? I don't recall us talking about that. We certainly might have.
So that was not, I mean, we didn't, to my recollection, differentiate between 4 or 5-year graduation rate or adjusted or straight graduation rate.
Yeah.
And any of those would be fine. The reason that I picked 4-year graduation rate is because that's a year of a kid's life. You know, if a student can graduate in 4 years, that's one more year they can do something else of their choosing.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say that I do think that we embrace the idea of kids meeting graduation as the ultimate goal. And if we have kids who graduate in 3 years, I think, right? And we also have kids who graduate in 5, and I don't want to discourage that by putting a pinpoint number on 4 years. So it would seem to me if we tweak this just a little bit and talking about reducing the overall graduation rate up to 5 years, we would potentially gain a lot more benefit, as opposed to what I see as a distraction to focus on the 4-year.
As I said, the only reason I did that is because I think it does make a difference for students and their quality of life, but I have no strong objection to going with 5-year graduation rate or adjusted graduation rate or any other way of measuring graduation.
Yeah. Do you know offhand what the percentage of our 5-year rate is compared to 4 over the last few years, just approximately?
Give me just a second and I can look it up.
Yeah. You've done this before, huh?
Yeah. Okay, Northampton. So this is the 2020 data. I'm just going to give you for all students rather than disaggregating because that will be taking a long time. All students 4-year graduation rate was 92.8. 4-year adjusted cohort graduation rate was 94.7. The 5-year graduation rate was 94.2. And the 5-year adjusted cohort graduation rate was 95.3.
Okay, and there's probably ends in there as well, but just it's not huge, but there's some kids in there. If the other committee members would agree with that, I would just think that better to look at the overall graduation rate and not focus on 4-year. I realize probably some folks disagree with that, but that's all I have right now. Thank you for the other work on this, Dr. Provost.
You're welcome. I would just say in closing on that one, I don't know what overall graduation is. I think we'd have to pick one of those 4. And like I said, I don't care which one of the 4 we pick, but I don't, overall is not a statistic that the state keeps.
Well, then I would say 5-year graduation rate.
Okay.
Okay, the next.
People want me to leave this up or should I take it down?
The next hand is from Member Condon. Member Condon, is there something specific you want to look at or?
Yes, please, if you could just leave that up, Dr. Provost. Before I get to that though, just returning to Member Kaufman's initial comments, can we assume that in terms of the goal and gains between now and then, will you be reporting each year to the school committee on where we're at?
Yes.
All right, great. And then if you could scroll to goal 3, whoever's controlling that, I think that might be you, Dr. Provost. The second metric there, do we have the capacity to have 10% of our students complete an innovation pathway right now, or would that require an increase in staffing in those programs?
I think it would require the creation of a second pathway. I've talked about this many times. I think we should have a health careers and assisting. That's what the pathway is called right now. So that involves any of the health related fields plus any of the counseling related fields. In terms of coursework, many of the courses would be the same that are already taken. It would just be a prescribed sequence of courses. But there would need to be some increased staffing around the support for the pathway. So every pathway really needs to have a champion that keeps kids on path. Right now we have one for the technology innovation pathway, and I would see that to get to 10%, we probably would need to create that second pathway, and that would probably involve some increased staffing of that type. In terms of the seal of biliteracy, that I don't see requiring additional staffing. That really is around students declaring that they want to obtain the seal of biliteracy and then being able to demonstrate the competencies in 2 languages. So it would be mainly the English language arts faculty and the world language faculty who would be providing the support for students in that pathway.
So for the second pathway that you're proposing, as we've already talked about the budget for this upcoming school year, that would be something that would be in the works for, I guess, 2022, 2023?
Yes, it takes about a year of planning in order to launch a pathway.
And so when would that need to begin for us to have that ready? Because that seems important for the completion of this, at least this piece of the metric.
So there is a meeting scheduled for early August with high school staff and some representatives from local hospitals to begin just exploring the idea. I can tell you that the Regional Workforce Board identifies health-related fields as a high priority area of job growth for this region. So I think it will be looked upon kindly by the REB and by the Department of Education. I think it will lead to careers and post-secondary educational opportunities for a lot of our kids. And I think it gives us an opportunity to really capitalize on local resources. We have the benefit of being in a city that has 2 hospitals. One of them is a little difficult to access, but one of them is another one of our great partners.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Provost.
You're welcome.
Okay, the next hand is from member Sarah P. Cox.
Thank you. I have a question about, I really appreciate, for one thing, I really appreciate bringing these goals to us. They're great progress. I really hope that the next time that we do a district improvement plan, that these will be a part of the original process, and so that the committee can be a part of determining metrics. Maybe not, but that they can be, maybe not that they do it entirely, but that they be a part of the process. And then my more specific question is, I appreciated the metrics around, closing the achievement gap between various demographics of students. I think that that's really important and would be an important milestone. I also wonder about the disparities between our elementary schools. So I'm wondering, there are disparities between the 4 elementary schools, and I'm wondering how you see that, why that's not one of the measurements of closing achievement gaps.
I think that one could potentially fit under goal 4. I think that a lot of this district improvement plan looked at groups of students as a whole without sort of looking at groups of students who happen to be educated within a specific school. But it certainly could fit under goal 4.
Yeah, I would very much like to see that. It is something that I've heard from constituents that we've talked about as school committee members, but I have not actually seen as a part of your presentations to us and as a part of your own goal making. So I would like to see you integrate that. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, member Sarah P. Cox. Member Levy.
Thanks. I first want to really sincerely thank you, Dr. Provost. I sent you a whole lot of feedback and questions really late last night, and you incorporated and responded to them and sent me a really, really helpful email, both in response to this presentation and the last one. So thank you for that, and thank you for your time and effort in that. I have just a few points still and concerns. One is just a quick answer to what you had asked us tonight and in one of your email. For goal 1, I do think, yes, it would be helpful to make it explicit that in addition to the metrics that you've got there, that we also would like to see higher response rates and participation rates from, I think you had said, BIPOC folks We could say folks who hold historically marginalized identities, because I think there's also something to say about socioeconomic differences in there. But I think if you could make that explicit in the metrics, that would help the metrics for goal 1. I'll also just echo what member Kaufman said about not just looking at the positive response rates, but the negatives. And to be frank, the neutral are the easiest ones to move frequently. And so getting, not just looking at the positive rates, I think would be helpful. So those are my thoughts for goal 1. I do want to talk about goal 3. I don't know if you want, I don't need a response, but I don't know if you want to respond for goal 1.
No, I'm ready to hear goal 3.
Okay. So this speaks to what member Seraphy Cox just said about including the DIP committee in the articulation of metrics as a part of the process, because I appreciated your response in my email to the numerous questions I raised about this. I still have a really big concern, and I guess that concern is now actually heightened, that the way I read this goal, and as somebody who helped write this goal, I see it actually very differently. I appreciate the sort of interpretation and the reading and the including of things like innovation pathways and arts. But more than that, this goal is very much about identity. It's about cultural intelligence. It's about culturally sustaining practices, but it's really about how those culturally sustaining practices directly correlate to a student's experience and what they are able to do as a result of those pedagogical practices, but also specific curricular pieces. And I'm really concerned that that's not articulated in these metrics, that these metrics, in my mind, for goal 3 really don't measure what goal 3 is intended to accomplish, to me. And I think there's just some work to be done, maybe to go back and iron out the purpose of goal 3 and what are some metrics that will really allow the district to then measure the work of this goal. Because to me, this should be about students participating, sure, in innovation pathways and arts classes, but also in programs designed specifically to get them thinking critically about race, about gender, about class, about all sorts of identities, to get them thinking about the messages they're receiving from social media, the messages they're receiving about all of these identities, to get them thinking about how they then speak up and create change in the district, outside of the district, in the community. And that gets measured very differently. To me, that's about students participating, the development of curricula that don't currently exist, implementing them, having students participate, and then seeing results from those programs and from those curricula. And I don't see that here. And I feel like that's really lacking in it. It makes me really nervous, because this is the goal that I was most excited about. And as these metrics are articulated, and this is why it's really important to see metrics, because metrics tell you how is this goal being interpreted. And in my mind, this isn't being interpreted in the way that the way that it was written.
Dr. Provost?
So I think I'll just share a little bit about our communication with everyone, where the individual metrics came from. They were from objectives underneath the goal, trying to align to those. So I think one of the questions that this raises is whether the objectives under the goal are even appropriate, or whether the whole goal should be redone.
They may not be. And when you said that in your email, I went back to try and find the objectives. And I think maybe this is poor organization on my part. I couldn't find them. I couldn't find, like, we've seen a lot of different versions, and I have a lot of different versions because of my participation on the committee. So I was looking for the final version that just said, here's the goal and here are the objectives. And so I do think that it might be important to go back and relook at those objectives with this goal, potentially with the committee or a subset of the committee, because I do have a concern that if the objectives are such that these metrics are measuring those objectives, then I do feel like those objectives are off with regard to this goal.
Member Gold.
Thanks. And first, big appreciation to you, Dr. Provost, and whoever else worked on these metrics. It seems like an incredible amount of work, and clearly a lot of good thought went into them. And they certainly bring to life, I think, the district improvement plan in a very unique way. And so I share the sentiment of my colleagues that having this in the original plan moving forward is a critical piece for future district improvement plans. So yeah, first, those kudos and much appreciated. I have a couple of questions and want to share an idea, and then I'll have a motion as well with this, because it seems like this is, if I'm not mistaken, seeing on the agenda, and as was described, this is a vote, so we have to have a motion. Is that correct, or do we not need a motion for this?
We had put it on there as a vote, obviously a presentation and a vote, because we felt that these were part of the DIP, and that the school committee had specifically requested metrics to sort of as an addendum to that. So we felt that the school committee had voted to approve the DIP with the proviso that he bring back to us these metrics. So that's why the vote piece was on there, just in case we got to that point.
And so, so then, I mean, I don't want to make a motion if there doesn't have to be one, but if we need one, because I do want to help move the process forward. So, yeah.
A motion is always helpful when we're having a free form discussion like this, because we want the committee to take action and be able to move on with its agenda.
Gotcha. Appreciate that help in there. So regarding goal 1 and a couple of the other goals, I strongly share Member Kaufman's some of the general themes that he was sharing, and anyone else who has shared them by email or other communications to you. Just reconsidering the % increases going on there. I do feel that we can strive for a little bit more than the 9% or 7% increases we saw in goal 1. And so I hope we can, that could be reconsidered. Regarding goal 2, I have some notes on my version of it. I have nothing on goal 2. On my big thing here on goal 4, first, a question. That first one about the winter screener. If I'm not mistaken, you had mentioned at the last presentation, we're talking about the Ames Web screener. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then there was, if I thought, I remember you saying that there's a potential of looking at other assessments, or so. Is this goal neutral to what the assessment is, right? Like if we switch what, I thought, did you say that we would maybe move away from Ames Web, or am I mistaken about that?
I've said that every year we examine whether or not we want to stay with Ames Web or go to some other assessment. Every year we've decided to stay with Ames Web. It is not neutral to the assessment used, because if you use a different assessment, you're likely to get a different baseline, which, we can't go back in time to 2021 to reestablish.
Agreed. And so I guess I wonder, there's some thought, within that, I guess, because if the assessment changes, that impacts the goal. And so I don't know if there is, it sounds like you were saying there isn't a way to make it neutral to what the assessment is. So maybe if there's one that we know is going to consistently be there, such as any state testing, that might be something that we can then, whether the district moves on what our own assessments are, there is a universal screener or assessment of some sorts that we can use.
Well, there are 2 thoughts on that. One is that MCAS is in here already, one specific grade. Our local assessment has been more reliable than the state assessment over the course we've been using it. In the past 7 years, the state switched from MCAS to, can't even forget what the name of the other assessment they used for 1 year, which was a voluntary assessment. Then they changed to MCAS, the new version of MCAS. Then there was a year when they didn't give MCAS. Thick and thin, we've been giving AIMSWeb. So we've been more reliable than the state on that. So that was one thought. The other thought was that MCAS is included in the next item. And the third is that by using our screener, we really bring in more grades because it's only 3 through 8 and 10 that's involved with MCAS. By having one of these metrics look at our screening assessment, it involves kindergarten, first and second grade as well.
So yeah, then maybe it would be important to know that there is a 3-year commitment. I don't know if we, it would be a tough thing that if one of our goals is dedicated to an assessment and it changes, within the window of our goal, then now we're kind of caught in a weird place. So I'm fine, it's fine. I'm not saying what the assessment should be, just there. I feel like if we're setting a 3-year goal, we need to make sure that we're using the same assessment for 3 years. And so there's that piece. I do on the second part of goal 4 is I think that the student growth percentile is really important to include here. And I think it really will speak to a growth mindset and also a better comparison of how we're growing compared to not just within Northampton, but across the state. So I think it would benefit to include the student growth percentile in that one. And so if that's something you'd be willing to consider, and that would be something I think would be important to see. And the last piece, and the most important piece for me, is that for this goal, the most important piece of this goal is the equitable outcomes for students. And what I'm about to say, I concur strongly with what Member Seraphy Cox was sharing. One of the levers, I forget if they're called objectives or levers, but in the district improvement plan, the column for systematic policies and practices says to look at data across the district to ensure equitable distribution of resources. And with that in mind, I think it's critical that there's a metric or goal to look at how our schools are performing compared to each other when it comes to our elementary schools and to other middle and high schools for JFK and NHS across the state. I would like to see a goal that 1, closes the gap in the achievement percentile for our 4 elementary schools, and 2, a goal that has for growth for all 6 of our schools in the achievement percentile. And so that is something I would strongly encourage that be included in these metrics. All that being said, and from what everyone else has said, and people can continue to talk, I would like to make a motion to postpone the vote until the additions and considerations have been included that were shared at this meeting. And so I would, rather than us voting on it today, I think there was a lot of feedback that you got in it. I would hope that it can be included. And so that's my motion.
I would second
it.
I didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
You're muted, Mayor.
Sorry about that. There's been a motion made by Member Gold and seconded by Member Boss, I believe, to postpone a vote this evening on these, so that to allow you time to incorporate feedback that you've received this evening. Is there any, well, now I would turn to discussion or debate on that particular motion. Member Boss has her hand raised. I'll recognize her.
Thank you. I'll just add a team. Sorry, my hand went back up because I tried to lower it. I just have very little bit more to add. Thanks for all the work on this, everyone. And I appreciate that. I think great progress is being made, but it could be improved still. I have a question about this 85% requiring everyone in arts, and I get to take an arts class. And I guess my question is, at the high school, we required of everyone. So that's 850 of our students is at 100%. So where are kids not taking art?
So this one is really an equity goal. There are times, specifically happening at the middle school, where students were choosing between services or participating in art. So this would be a way of ensuring that that practice was reduced.
Well, I guess I would encourage you to consider making the goal more transparent, because if 100% of the high school is required to take art, or maybe, I mean, if it's per year, then it's not 100% of the high school. And so this is a little confusing to me what we're aiming for, right? Do you want every high school student to take an art class every year? Which is probably impossible based on the seats we have. So there's an upper bound of where this percent can be. And it might be easiest to take the high school students out of this percentage and recalculate it, because maybe they're actually bringing it down. And we've already set what we want at the high school. So I think going across the district like this might average things out in ways that make us not understand where the problems actually are. So I guess I'd like to see that metric reworded a little and thought out a little more. I don't unfortunately know how to word it, but this bringing the screen shares off, and I'll try to phrase it the way it was.
I can turn it on if you want.
It's okay, I can do it. Reducing the gap in the MCAS, I think really can also send the wrong message that you would be successful if the students performing above expectations came down too. And I'd rather see us talk about it along the lines of every student will be, above some level, or most our students or groups, and focus less on talking about a gap, but getting everybody doing better. And I understand why it says the gap. I don't want a gap either, but that's why I don't know how to word this. But it's important to send the message that and this is going maybe back to what Member Gold was saying, the student growth percentiles, maybe put it in terms of those. But really we want every student growing. And some of the students need to grow faster than others, but I don't think putting it in terms of reducing the gap quite captures what we're trying to do. And I think I will stop there. Other people have covered other things on my list. Thanks.
Okay, Dr. Provost, you had your hand raised.
Sure, I just wanted to speak to the motion if I might, which is, if this motion succeeds, I can take this back and incorporate feedback and bring you another document, and we can have another free-form discussion that fails to produce anything. Because what I know right now is what you as individuals have said you'd like to see, but I don't know what you as a group want to see. So at some point it has to get down to what would be helpful for me is if at some point it could get down to making motions about specific changes, voting on each specific change and seeing whether or not they go, rather than sending me back to the drawing board to come back with something that might be more acceptable to some of you in some ways and less acceptable to others of you in some ways.
Totally appreciate that concern. Member Goldman, your hand is up next.
Thank you. I actually was going to speak to that to some extent and see if it would make sense for us to make motions asking for these things, regardless of whether we delay the vote or not. Checking in with you, Superintendent Provost, to see if it would be helpful for you to go put things together and for us to do this motion process then, or us just to do it now to integrate those. And it sounds like you would prefer the latter, for us to make a motion.
It would certainly give me better direction in the next stage of this.
Okay, so I'm comfortable with that. Ronnie, I wonder how that affects your thinking and the motion you put on the table.
I think it's an incredibly valid and important point, and I appreciate that, Dr. Provost. And so I'm trying to craft and see if I can surmise, if that's the right word, what is being said, at least in this meeting. And then so I'm trying to recraft the motion, say motion to postpone until, and then I think I heard for items to work on for August. And so if I can, I'll take a couple of minutes and work
I
on that.
wonder,
If I'm understanding it correctly.
well, I'm wondering if maybe we should just as a group go through goal 1 and create, someone can make a motion to include all of the, basically encapsulate all the points. I don't know how many people here took detailed notes about the requests. I have those. And just sort of make a motion for all of the changes to motion 1. People can make friendly amendments and then we can keep moving. It will move the, make the meeting quite a bit longer, but we can try to be timely with it, I think.
I'm down with that. I guess I would want, I wouldn't want us to set with the indicate. I would want Dr. Provost and his team to, I wouldn't want us to say what the percentage, I guess you're saying like, we'll go through goal 1 and say, work on these 2 lines or rows, and then, is that what you're saying? Yeah, I just want to be careful that we don't say what is
right.
the target
So
should be. And
right, like, I think that's right. I'm not saying we would say specifics, but I think we need to be clear about what we're looking for in each goal. So that might be around adding, wanting to increase responses of historically marginalized populations for the goal 1, or increasing the goals percentages to be more robust. There's sort of a bunch for goal 1. We could kind of go through that way, but I don't know if you would still want to rescind your motion or have it, I mean, we could vote, it depends which way you would vote. If you want to postpone, we can still postpone and give all the feedback, or we can give the feedback and vote. I think it makes sense to decide tonight if we're going to vote or not, first.
well, so I do want to, yeah, so I don't want to change the motion of saying we will actually vote to approve or not tonight. I do want to hold to the vote to postpone until based on specifics, and then to give Dr. Provost and his team the specifics that we're looking for August's meeting or the next available meeting.
Member Voss was the co-maker of the motion. Did you want to add something to this, Member Voss?
Thank you. I guess I have a different perspective, which is I think it's really Dr. Provost's job to do this, and it's almost 9:30, and I don't think we should go through things one by one. I think he's gotten a lot of really good feedback tonight. I don't think much of the feedback has conflicted. If everybody wants to give a 1-minute version of what they'd hope for, that might be helpful. I'll just say, I basically feel like the goals aren't very lofty. We're kind of trying to be average in a lot of things. And personally, I don't care if we don't meet a specific goal, but I think we should strive for what we think we can do. And some of them will meet. And if you try for harder things, we'll improve things. So I would be really excited to see more thoughtful, more ambitious goals and try for them. And I think there's been a lot of really good feedback. So I like the idea of postponing, not having this level of discussion, have some improvements. I think it can go through one more iteration and be really good. And it's not going to meet everybody's perfect. But I do think there's room for that. And if we're not going to do that, then I'd rather just vote on what we have. But if that's my perspective.
I appreciate that, but I think Ronnie was saying we don't need to go into the details where we're making the decisions, but I also recognize that Superintendent Provost asked us for direction. And so I think I think we should offer that. Because I don't think all of the committee members would agree on all of these points, and we just need to not have him changing everything and then have half of us reject it.
So, I mean, can we just then say by next week, we all will provide Dr. Provost with what we, took in written form, so he knows, so it's not something that he's just has to go back and watch this videotape. And, for goal 1, goal 2, goal 3, goal 4, we give him the feedback, and then, we can actually vote on the adjustments.
Then we're not striving for compromise, for consensus. We're striving for a majority.
Member Seraphy Cox.
I appreciate that Superintendent Provost, that you're perhaps feeling frustrated with this process. I think several of the other committee members are feeling frustrated with this process too. And I imagine that frustration is part of why you're saying, just tell me what to do, so that then when they come back to you, you'll accept it. And because, we've had this experience before where we've given feedback and the thing that you've come back with hasn't been what we were expecting. So I definitely sense that there's perhaps a frustration there. That being said, I would like to hear a summation of, it sounded like Ronnie and or Kaya had a summation of the feedback that was given. Maybe that summation can be presented in some sort of written form instead of this meandering conversation. And I think these measures are a critical piece of how we're going to move forward for the next several years. So it behooves us to take that time to not try and push through in this meeting right now, especially when we have many, many other things on the agenda. So I would appreciate that summation being brought to maybe the next conversation. I've heard lots of feedback from both folks who thought about running for school committee and decided not to, as well as people who watch these meetings, that our process in terms of making decisions drives people crazy. And I can only imagine that it also drives our superintendent and our alt team crazy. So I want to support Member Gold's motion to postpone this until feedback can be incorporated. Superintendent Provost, I hope that some of the feedback that you heard tonight felt useful, and that can be easily incorporated, and then come back to us with just a summation of this is what I heard, is this correct, and go from there. This doesn't have to be, we passed it in the parts that needed to be passed already at our last meeting. So this piece of it, I feel like we can take our time and get it right, especially because it was not something that was a part of the original process and is something that you do on the back end when you are evaluating. So I feel comfortable with just moving forward with Member Gold's original motion. And I see Member Gold's hand up, but I would love to just move to a vote on the original motion.
Okay, I guess I just need to check, is Member Gold keeping his current motion forward since he is the maker of the motion?
Yes, vote, keeping the same motion to postpone until August. And I know at least I guess I would like us to provide Dr. Provost written feedback in a timely manner so that when he comes back in August, he could say, this is what I received. Like this reflects that, because I do think that it's challenging in this format to really encapsulate all that.
Dr. Provost?
I just said one thing that would be really helpful for me in the feedback, if this passes, is if people can speak not to only the points that they feel are important for themselves, but the points they heard other people say that they feel important and would like to have included, because I agree with Kaya. I have to look at this from the perspective now, not of consensus, but what is going to have enough support among enough people to get this thing to pass. So letting me know what you support that other people said, as well as what you'd like to see, would be helpful for me in that written feedback.
And
Okay, so with that, I will ask the clerk to call the roll on the motion.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Condon,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Kaufman,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Voss,
Yes.
Member Gold,
yes,
Mayor Narcoitz,
No.
Member Busansky,
Yes.
and Member Fallon.
Oh, yes.
The vote is 9 in favor, 1 opposed.
Okay, so the motion is adopted. The motion to delay a vote on this matter and to provide Dr. Provost with additional feedback for him to bring something back in August. Next, we move on to item B under new business, which is a vote on the superintendent evaluation. And with that, I will turn to Member Condon, who is the chair of the Superintendent Evaluation Subcommittee. Member Condon.
Thank you. So just to frame this vote, to go over kind of the history of this, for this evaluation cycle, we went with the pilot program, the Superintendent Evaluation Pilot Program. So it was a new evaluation system for everyone involved in some ways. Of the subcommittee, 2 of us were new on the subcommittee. Member Kaufman, I believe, was on the previous. Dr. Provost had 4 personal goals that he had approved by the committee, the school committee as a whole. They were eventually revised a bit due to COVID and the inability to fulfill some of those goals because of how the district had changed as a result of COVID. Those revised goals were also approved by the larger school committee, and those are the ones that appear on the superintendent evaluation form, which you all received. Annie sent all of you the folders with Dr. Provost's evidence for his goals, the student learning goal, professional practice goal, district goals, and then those are the 4 that he personally developed, and then the 4 standards which are set by the state for all superintendents to follow. Using that information that he provided in those evidence folders, along with input from all of you that was collected, me and the other 2 members of the subcommittee put our heads together and came up with the end of cycle summative evaluation report for the superintendent. You've all received it, so I'm not going to read it word for word. To summarize, as a committee, we felt that the superintendent met his professional practice goal, student learning goal, and district improvement goals. For the 4 standards, we found that he was proficient in standard 1, exemplary in standard 2, and proficient in standard 3 and 4. Again, I'm not going to read everything because you all have had a chance to look at it on your own. I guess in terms of process, do we open it up for discussion at this point? Do we take a motion to approve the evaluation to open discussion?
You can certainly make a motion to recommend the evaluation subcommittee's evaluation on the floor. I think that would be appropriate since you're the body that's tasked with bringing us forward a recommendation.
All right, I guess I will make that motion.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. So that evaluation, which we all received in our folders, is on the floor. Member Voss, you have your hand up.
Thanks. Before I get into nitty gritty, I actually have two completely process questions. This is a new way of doing this for us, as Member Condon said. And we were, as somebody not on the subcommittee, we were asked to provide responses, and all of our responses were shared with us for this meeting. And my first question is, also shared with us were folders that you referenced of all of Dr. Provost's evidence and materials. But can you just clarify for me that when we were asked to provide our feedback, we didn't have access to that? Is that correct? Because I didn't see it until this weekend.
I don't believe that was up. No, Member Voss.
So does anybody, is that, we were asked to provide feedback, but we didn't see what he was presenting. So I want to just put that out there because I feel uncomfortable about it. I really struggle with that. And my other question about this process, when I'm trying to remember when this new pilot was explained to the school committee, I can't remember if it was when we had a retreat early on in this session or if it was toward the end of the last session when we voted to go with this new pilot. But my understanding was that we as a committee would check all these boxes that came in this report that you're summarizing right now, Member Condon. So, we were asked to write these paragraphs, and I didn't really offer a grade, for lack of a better word, or level, proficient, exemplary, needs improvement, because I wasn't asked to. And so my understanding was, as a group at a meeting, all of us would be filling out some sort of grid where we'd have 10 members putting down check boxes for these. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that isn't how the process was supposed to play out, but that was my understanding. So if somebody could help me understand those things, it would be helpful.
Well, I think what you're describing is the reason why there is a subcommittee for superintendent evaluation is to work through that. I think if we did that process as a whole group, there wouldn't really be a reason for a subcommittee per se.
I'm gonna just push back a little and say, when we were trying to make the decision about going to this, and I'm pretty sure it was at the end of the last term, I spoke with Tracy Novak about this, and I don't want to put words in her mouth. She's one of the field officers at MASC. But what I remember is a conversation. What I took away from the conversation was one of the school committee's most important things is to evaluate. One of the big things we do is evaluate the superintendent, and the subcommittee is charged with putting the material together for it, kind of like other subcommittees put material together, maybe make a recommendation. But what came out of that conversation to me was one of the big reasons to go to this new pilot program is for everybody to have a voice in it, because our previous process absolutely did not even ask for written feedback. So that was, I think a big step forward that we did that, but that we all were supposed to have an equal say in the different categories. And, reading through these, I think there's a really big range. And so if that's not what we're going to do, I personally would find it helpful to hear how the committee came to their conclusion based on the feedback they got from all 10 of us.
So Dr. Provost has his hand up. I mean, I received when I received the questionnaire to fill out, we were asked to provide feedback on all of these key areas that he was being evaluated on. And I guess and looking at the form that the committee was working with, we were asked to provide that, and that was what was used to compile. and to sort of synthesize all that feedback into what the committee recommended. That was my understanding of how this process was working, and that's the spirit in which I filled out the form and made recommendations. Dr. Provost, did you have something or wanted to say something?
You're muted, Dr. Provost.
Thank you. I believe Member Voss is conflating two changes which occurred simultaneously, which I think may have led to the confusion. One was the choice to go with the pilot. The difference between this evaluation process and the one that came before is mainly two things. It's more streamlined in terms of the number of indicators that are involved, and it's a 2-year process, so it syncs up to the same process that all other educators have. So that was the change with the pilot. Simultaneously, there was a change in the way the subcommittee reached out to the full committee for input. Prior to this, they would bring forward their recommended evaluation, and then commentary would be given at the meeting, which would then essentially go back and be incorporated into a final version of the evaluation. There was response from members that was too late in the process, so they reached out earlier this time to do that. Now, what didn't change is the subcommittee's responsibility for going through in detail all the evidence that's involved with all of these indicators. And the reason for that is efficiency. This subcommittee has put about 20 hours into going through all the evidence, coming up with the ratings, and that's in all 5 stages of the process. So if that was going to be done by the full committee, then we would need to schedule at least 20 hours of school committee meeting to replicate that for my evaluation. And I think that's not really what the committee has an appetite for.
Member Levy.
Thanks. I too had a process question, in part because when I looked through the document that was sent to all of us that said, here's what each person said, I actually saw language in there that I didn't write or send. And so I just want to say that there's some things that got added. So, okay, for that. And then also, I guess as I read, I also, I just want to share that first, thank you to the subcommittee. This is a lot of work, and you have put a lot of work in, and I really appreciate it. I also want to reiterate something I said in my comments, and I would have said them a little bit more upfront had I known everybody was going to see my comments. And that is that this was a really, really hard 2 years. And I really want to commend the superintendent for the amount of hours, the amount of effort. I know that this was in the evaluation, but I just think it's worth repeating that I don't know anyone who would sign up to be a superintendent after this. Actually, I do, because I know some people are applying for those jobs, but I want to really name the effort and really appreciate the work, the time, the energy you've put in. So that, all of that said, I also struggled with the fact that we were asked to evaluate goals without evidence and without all the evidence that you all saw, at least, and that made it hard. Because sometimes I felt like I like skipped things because I was like, I don't know. And so I think as I think about process, I think there's maybe some opportunity here for us to think about what we're being asked to weigh in on and how, and maybe we just need to know that next time around more upfront. The other thing that I'll say is that as I read through the comments, I don't necessarily understand how the boxes got checked after reading some of the comments that I read. I think I saw some consensus that, like, yes, hard 2 years, and also there's some real areas of growth here that I didn't necessarily see mentioned in the sort of the evaluation. And so I guess I too have a process question for the committee, which is just to better understand how you took the feedback from us as a committee and incorporated it into the overall evaluation, because I think the overall evaluation seems pretty different from a lot of the comments that I read. And perhaps your answer is you saw the evidence that we didn't see, which may be fair. But I'd just love to know a bit more about the process. Thanks.
So to answer your question, as well as Member Voss. So we looked at the evidence, we looked at the input from all of you that was collected by Annie. The 20 hours that Dr. Provost mentioned, much of that was used to discuss this, put our heads together, try to synthesize all of that into these ratings. And I think in a way you're right. I think that the feedback form was vague in some ways, in that it didn't really convey to you what the standards and indicators on the superintendent evaluation were looking for. So I think some of the feedback that was sent in was a result of maybe a misunderstanding of what exactly it was looking for. One thing that comes to mind in the communication section with, I think the indicator was something like communication with community and stakeholders. A few school committee members talked about communication with NACE and staff, whereas the indicator was looking more at the larger community, Northampton. So I think process-wise, next time around, I think sharing those indicators and the standards so you have a sense of where they are specifically pinpointing would help all of you frame your feedback a little bit better. And I agree that probably the evidence, making it available, even if you're not necessarily directly involved in our subcommittee discussions, making the evidence available also could probably better help you hone your feedback as well.
Do any other members of the committee wish to comment or add to that or discuss your process? Member Kaufman?
Yeah, sorry, I can't find my raised hand. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't the cleanest process. I think, as Dr. Provost mentioned, we did spend many hours looking at stuff. I think the hard and fast thing, given what Member Condon just mentioned in terms of alignment and what people wrote and how well what they wrote matched the specific indicators that we were looking for feedback on, was to go back and look at evidence, of which there was a lot. So some people included evidence in their comments. A lot of it was given to us by Dr. Provost and or attachments or feedback that Dr. Provost had received. So we did certainly have that advantage. And I think in many cases, when we were stumbling with what to do, we did look at evidence, which is a lot of what drives this. But there were also a lot of comments that we felt were worthwhile in mentioning, and to the extent possible, we captured that in the comments and analysis. I didn't match the comment. I mean, I wrote one section and my colleagues, both members Condon and Goldman, wrote the others, but you know, we very closely tried to put in language that people included. Sometimes people included the same, we're trying to say the same thing in 3 different ways, so we had to massage it. Other times I think we just cut and pasted. Other times you just needed to reshape what somebody said, holding the spirit of what they said to make sure it was clear. And I think that in certain situations that were food for thought or could be seen as critiques of Dr. Provost's processes or otherwise, those we tried to fit into the end part of the analysis, which is areas of growth. We also discussed these with him as we sat down for these rather lengthy meetings and made sure that he was understanding some of this feedback and some encouragement to follow through in ways that would help his leadership. So it's, and some people's in their comments, some people certainly said, I will give Dr. Provost MET or exemplary or needs improvement, and that made it easier for us. Some people didn't. So was the process clean? Probably not. but I do think we made the best of it, and I do applaud Member Connors' leadership on this. He put in an awful lot of work, and I think that the three of us tried our best to capture what we can do. And I do think that there's a lot to be said about a subcommittee doing this work, because it took us, I don't know if it took 20 hours, but it seemed to, so maybe it did. And I'm not sure there's a better way. If there is, we should try and capitalize on it, but we certainly, without exception, looked at the evidence and looked at what the comments were and tried to reflect that in our feedback without question.
Member Goldman, did you want to add anything as the third committee member?
Thank you. I learned a tremendous amount about superintendent evaluations these past few months, and I'm sorry that the inclusion of the committee's feedback wasn't as robust, even in the materials you were presented, or the way you found your feedback reflected in the comments of the recommendation. And I hope to chair the committee next year, and have already started thinking about ways to make it feel a little more available and accessible. And if I do not have that good fortune, I'm so happy to share what I've learned with the incoming chair of the committee.
Okay, Member Gold, your hand is up next.
So the motion is on the table still, yes, to approve about the subcommittee's evaluation report. Is that correct? Let's make sure I didn't miss something in this process. I'll take that as a yes, or yes. All right, cool.
Yes,
So
that is correct. Yes.
all right, cool. So then for me to be able to approve there was two areas that I would need to see adjustments. And the first would be family and community engagement, standard 3. And for that one, judging it from this, we're evaluating over the course of our tenure here, I would want to see that increased in areas to exceeding it. Just from my experience, as I shared in the feedback, was I was immensely impressed with how above and beyond. I think there's, whether people hear things is not necessarily always because of the delivery, right? But if we look at the record of what is available there, just whether it's the letters, the phone calls, the videos, the repeated videos, the repeated phone calls, there's just immense amount of communication. So I think there's something, maybe there's something that has to be improved in the channeling of it, but I would move to put that as an exemplary for family and community engagement there. Clearly there's things to grow on, but in terms of whether the goal was met, I would move that to exemplary. And the other one on the district improvement goal, step 1 there, I would move that to significant progress. It's at met right now, but just considering our whole conversation about the district improvement plan and the workings there of getting the metrics within it, I think that there's significant progress there, but clearly we haven't arrived at, a district improvement plan that is has what we think the district needs to continue to grow. So there's on that piece. And the other goal I hadn't seen, and I looked through, I know we got the files, I didn't see anything that indicated the family friendliness of the curriculum, right? Because that's a key part of the goal, is the family friendliness, not just the creation of it, but the family friendliness of it. And so that one I would just say is significant progress. And the other one that I had mentioned, I would move to exemplary. So that's, I guess I would ask to amend those two areas in order to be able to vote yes.
So just
So
to
you-
clarify, you're talking district improvement goal 2.
I am talking,
Oh, excuse me, 1, district improvement goal 1 to significant progress.
I didn't see that unless I'm looking at the wrong, yes, so exactly, yes, so I was looking at the overall on the first page.
Yeah, and
So the
then,
district, and moving both of those, district improvement goal 1 and district improvement goal 2, moving those to both to significant progress.
so district improvement goal 2 is regarding the dip.
Yep.
So you feel it's significant progress, even though he's added on the metrics as asked?
I guess not having seen what the metrics finally are, it's hard to, we haven't we haven't approved the metrics yet. I guess that's the challenge for me. It's a good point, and but I guess because we haven't approved what the metrics are, it's hard to say that we've met that goal.
And I
Because
guess
there is a metric missing. For me, there's a, and from what I'm hearing from multiple, consensus versus majority, I don't understand that very well, but multiple members are asking for additional metrics to be included.
I understand that, and I would come back with in previous dip developments, that was not the expectation, so he could not have foreseen it, and he's reacted accordingly based on the expectations of the present school committee, which is why I would at least suggest that one would remain at met. I can understand your significant improvement for district goal 1, but for 2, I feel like that should stay at met.
Okay, I could accept that and keep that at met. So I guess it would just be district improvement goal 1, moving to significant progress. And I appreciate you sharing that thinking there, Member Condon. So significant progress on district improvement goal 1. And then it was
Indicator 3C.
Indicator 3C, communication, yes.
To
That
exemplary.
one, moving that up to exemplary.
Okay.
So I really think that because this is a, sort of a rerun of the last discussion we just had, where we've got a 10-member body and we have to make decisions by majority vote. So I feel like that has to be, I think you have to make that in the form of a motion, and it needs a second, and it needs to be voted on. I just,
Thank you.
because otherwise,
You're right.
this will be death by 1,000 cuts, and we won't have any product that could be voted on at the end if everyone's going to say, I want this change, that change. So,
So I would offer the
Can I-
friendly amendment to Member Condon's motion to vote to approve by moving district goal 1 to significant progress and 3C to exemplary.
okay, so that's a motion, and that
I'll second
requires
it, but I have a comment, if that's okay.
no problem, but we just have to have a motion made and seconded, and then we can open up the floor. So the motion's been made and seconded.
Oh, I asked that as a friendly amendment to his motion.
Well, I'm just trying to speed us up.
It's really an amendment to the main motion. So,
Okay, cool.
I mean,
Sounds good.
main motion's on the floor, and so I feel like it's an amendment. I mean, I don't know. Yeah. So, Member Voss.
This is more process than anything. Going back to our training, though, this is one of the most important things we do, and I think we are going to have to talk about some of these individually. And I'm Member Gold. What I was trying to just say is, can you offer them as? I think we're going to have to vote on them and offer them as 2 separate motions, because when you package them together, it's going to, I think, be complicated. So that's what I was trying to get at. So a friendly amendment from me, since I seconded it, would be, could we change it and take the first part first and then the second part?
I approve, accept.
Okay, so then this would be separated. So then let's take up the first suggestion, which is the lowering of the district goal 1 from met to significant progress. That's the one that specifically was your first one, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that motion is made and now seconded by Member Voss. Is there discussion on that motion? Member Gold. Well, you've
No.
discussed it. So Member Kaufman.
Sorry, yeah, I can't find the document as we're talking, Dr. Provost, but did you provide any evidence on family-friendly summaries of that curriculum? I thought you had, so I was looking for that as we spoke.
I provided a link to the family component of our district's curriculum website. It includes the introductory material and then a searchable database where parents can look up all of the curriculum that goes with all the courses taught in the district.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Member Fallon.
I do just want to remind us all when we get to the portion, if we get to the portion of our agenda where we're voting on norms, that we say that we're going to honor the work of our subcommittees and not redo it. And I know we haven't voted on it yet, but we also said we'd respectfully remind each other of that norm once that was passed. So I am a little bit uncomfortable with how much we're picking apart the work of our subcommittee right now.
Okay. Duly noted, Member Fallon. Okay, so let's take a vote on the amendment that's on the Member Voss, you had a question.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to add to this. I share the concern, and I don't think this reflects on Dr. Provost, but it's just where we're at with this. And I wrote this in my comments. If you go, you can't really get to that website from the link. And I bring it up partly because where are resources going, and this may or may not be where they should go. I'm not even saying they should, but it's quite out of date. You can't easily get there. I agree. It's not really that family friendly. There's several people listed that have retired on the list of who to reach out to. And again, I don't want to, this isn't something to say somebody didn't do a good job. It's just the reality of how hard it is to keep up a website a year into it. So I think it's a great achievement we have this curriculum. And this goes back to how do you write these goals, right? Like we have the information, teachers and educators can use it. Personally, as a parent, I'm not even convinced that it's that important that it's completely family friendly at the level that the teachers can use it. So I don't really know how to vote on this, but if we were going by the wording on the goal, it's not really there. And honestly, I'm frustrated. I was given all this information. I read it all because I thought I was supposed to. So I am going to comment on some of it. And that's where we're at. That's I don't know how to interpret this. I mean, Dr. Provost, do you think that we should be, the goal should be that this website is family friendly, or that the curriculum is done? I've heard you say many times that's a big accomplishment that we actually have this curriculum. How should we be interpreting that too?
They were both equally important in the goal. We wanted to have the goal, we wanted to have the curriculum written, and we wanted to have it accessible to families because we felt it was an important part of family engagement.
Okay, so Member Goldman, you had your hand up and then you took it down. Did you have something to add to this? There it is again, Member Goldman.
Sure. I'll just briefly add that I asked the committee not to conflate user-friendly with family-friendly, and I found the curriculum to be family-friendly because it did address and provide a lot of explanation and introduction to the curriculum. And there are ways to do searches in the curriculum that will get you right to exactly what you're looking for. You don't have to sort of move through everything, but you can get right to your curriculum of interest.
Okay, so let's go ahead and I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on this amendment to the proposed evaluation.
Could somebody repeat the amendment, please?
So this was an amendment to the very specific criteria. I'm just sorry, I closed my screen. District Improvement Goal 1, which was the rated as met And I believe it was significant progress was what is being suggested in the amendment. Am I correct, Member Gold?
Yes.
So that is what the amendment would do. It would change that ranking from met to significant progress in that specific area. Okay, so I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Condon,
No?
Member Levy,
No.
Member Kaufman,
No.
Member Goldman,
No.
Member Voss,
No.
Member Gold,
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz,
No.
Member Busansky,
No.
Member Fallon,
No.
and Member Seraphy Cox.
No.
The vote is 9 opposed, 1 in favor.
Okay, so the amendment does not pass, is not adopted. We're back to the main motion, although Member Gold had made a motion that was then separated because he wanted to change a ranking later in the evaluation around communication, I believe, to proficient to exceeds. Is that correct?
Yes, 3C.
3C. So you're now making a motion to amend to adjust that one upward. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second on that motion?
I'll second.
Okay, so Member Condon has seconded. Okay, Member Kaufman, you have your hand up.
Does it have to be about the motion? I guess it does.
It does, yes, now that we have an amendment on the floor.
Okay, I'll hold off then. Thank you.
Okay. Is there any discussion on this particular amendment? Any committee members want to discuss this, or at least discuss why you rated it the way you did and relative to what Member Gold is recommending? Member Kaufman, your hand is back up.
Thank you. So Member Gold, can you remind me just which, there was an item or two that you brought up regarding this one. Could you just remind me on the evaluation which one you were referring to? That would be helpful.
3C, which is standard 3 family and community engagement. It's communication, moving that to exceed exemplary or exceeds. I'm forgetting which is the word right now,
Gotcha.
but moving that up from proficient.
So moving okay, so I misunderstood. Thank you. So moving 3C from proficient to exemplary, and does that also make any other changes in the overall rating, for example, or not?
I did suggest that the overall being moving up as well. Yes. Thank you for pointing that out.
So which one are we voting on, or both?
I guess if we're doing each of the items, just 3C.
Okay, thank you.
Member Seraphy Cox, your hand is raised.
Yeah, as I was reading through the comments, I saw, positives in this regard, and I also saw challenges for the superintendent in this regard. And it strikes me that the exemplary, or exceeds rather, whichever it is, excuse me, marker or in this category, that's the very highest that somebody would be able to achieve. So if there is, significant growth that is still possible, that doesn't seem to be the correct marker. So I would not be in favor of this motion.
Okay, any further comments on this particular motion? All right, so I will then ask the clerk to call the roll, please.
Member Levy,
No.
Member Kaufman,
Yeah, this is really difficult considering how much time we put into this. I'm going to say no.
Member Goldman,
No.
Member Voss,
No.
Member Gold,
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz,
No.
Member Busansky,
No.
Member Fallon,
No.
Member Seraphy Cox,
No.
and Member Condon.
No.
The vote is 9 opposed, 1 in favor.
Okay, so the amendment is not successful. So we are back to the main motion on the floor, which is the adoption of the superintendent evaluation as compiled and recommended by our superintendent evaluation subcommittee. Is there any other discussion or amendments on the motion on the floor? Member Kaufman.
Yep, sorry, I just want to say real quickly again, supporting Member Fallon's point that I know this is extremely important. I just want to reiterate that there was a lot of discrepancy about the overall work of Dr. Provost and where he stood and where he didn't. And if we looked at half, it would have been higher. If we looked at the other half, it would have been lower. There's some that just ended up where they would, but the amount of compromise we did was pretty high. And I just want to point out that this is not really the only, I couldn't agree more that this is extremely valuable, but the amount of time that we spent was often saying, Dr. Provost, what do you think? Where's the evidence for this? Have you heard what people are saying? What do you think of this? Do you want to change? Sometimes he said, yeah, maybe lower is better. Maybe I didn't consider this or that. So there was another element of it. It's a tough job to be part of this. But it was a fair-minded sort of process, but it's even tougher to kind of take 10 different opinions. And I think a couple of which you didn't see because my colleagues brought that to the subcommittee and didn't disperse it to everybody. But there's a lot of inconsistent feedback. So again, I wouldn't say we averaged it, but I will say that we took into account everybody's feedback. And in some cases that might be seen as average. And I don't know a better way to go about doing this right now. It sounds like Ms. Goldman does. Member Goldman does, sorry. So I wish her the best of luck next year. But if we're going to go through each one of these things and change it and say, I'll only agree to it for this or that, then it seems to me like there's a distrust in the process that the three of us went through. And I don't know a better way to get around that. So I would encourage you all to be fair about what we did and embrace what we did and understand that there was a lot of compromise already built in. And there was a lot of feedback given to Dr. Provost, which I think he heard. I think he reiterated some stuff. And I think we also have that opportunity to do so elsewhere. So it's not the only opportunity we have, but it's a process that we're required to do. That's all I'll say.
Thank you. Member Gold.
I'll try to keep it brief. I do want to respond to what Member Fallon was saying, Member Kaufman, and this idea of not redoing the work of our subcommittees. It strikes me just knowing how much and how many lines and paragraphs the negotiating subcommittee had like individually voted on. I don't know how many pages it ended up being, 24 or something like that. All these items that we as a school committee, because of how important negotiate the contract is, you know, the superintendent's evaluation is just as important, and needing to have everybody's voice there was something that we as valued, apparently, I believe, as a school committee. And we spent many hours, all of us, going back and forth in the minutia of the contract. And it just strikes me that on this one, and the message seems to be that the subcommittee did the work and that we should just approve it or not approve it. I kind of struggle with that. And so I hope when we think about those norms, we really reflect on that, because it puts it as a difficult place where 3 people are making a decision for 10 of us in some ways.
Member Condon.
I want to reiterate something that Member Goldman alluded to earlier. As a subcommittee, we are going to be kind of putting our heads together and looking back at the process to see how it went, good and bad elements of it, to kind of project forward how we can improve upon it going into the future, before the process begins all over again with Dr. Provost developing his new goals come August. So certainly I don't believe we've set a date yet. I think we still need Annie to send out a poll to set that date. But we definitely are going to be looking back at this process and seeing how we can improve it.
And Member Kaufman again.
Thank you again. Just to clarify, Member Gold, I'm not sure I really understood what you said, except the last part, which is 3 people didn't make the decision for 10. 3 people looked at all the data and made a responsible decision based on the 10 different ones. So if you, for example, look what we wrote in comments and analysis, I think you can trace that back to all the comments. And we only left out things that didn't belong in that particular section. And again, I think I explained when we averaged out stuff, we looked at all 10. So it's incorrect to say that 3 people are making a decision for 10.
Member Voss.
If I could respond to that, Mayor, just because Member Kaufman was responding to me. I guess it's, unless I misunderstood what Member Fallon was saying, that we don't want to rehash the work of the subcommittee. And I just was struck by that, having been on the negotiating subcommittee, and how often we would come back with items and then have to go back again, and a lot of this back and forth, and literally in 24 pages, we would discuss paragraph 3A and change numbers and words to and we would try to say, all right, we'll take that back to them. And we'd come back and no, we got to go again and again and again. It was an exhaustive process of 80 hours of November for this negotiating subcommittee. And with this very important work of the superintendent's evaluation, the suggestion is that we should not rehash the subcommittee's work. And so that's what I was referring to.
Yeah, thanks. I agree.
Member Voss.
Thanks. Thank you, Member Gold. I really agree with what you just said, and I'm going to just add a little to it. And I also want to really appreciate the work of the subcommittee. I can tell you worked hard at this, and it is the first time through, which is why I asked some process questions. I'm trying to understand it, and I agree it can be improved. I think for me, the hard part is we were asked some very general questions with no evidence. And in the past, when I've done this, we actually got a notebook from Dr. Provost of what he put in it, or a PDF or something. And this time we didn't have that. And so we were free, writing paragraphs. And honestly, I probably spent at least 10 hours on what I did personally with no input from anyone. And so I do feel invested in this. And what's hard is then we got this sheet that has been graded with these different proficient, exemplary, etc. We never really had a conversation about where I wasn't able to contribute to those. And there were subheadings that I didn't write about because I didn't know what those subheadings were. So, I think that's just something for the committee to take back to improve it, because I would have liked to have felt like I was addressing the questions that you were going to try to, for lack of a better word, grade or review, whereas I was much more broad because I wasn't asked those things. So then when I read through all the evidence and where the subcommittee landed, some of it seems really reasonable, and some of it to me seems like I might have had a different piece of input. And that's where I come back to Member Gold. 3 of us who were not on the superintendent subcommittee spent numerous hours negotiating all year. And so I'm not going to try to micromanage where things were put in there. I'm going to start by saying Dr. Provost did an amazing job leading this district through COVID. It was really a tough year for all of us. And at the same time, there was a lot of other people that worked on it and had different perspectives. And I think, you know, it's important to say when things were done well, but it's also important to look back and say, we're charged with reviewing it and what could be better. And I don't know where this belongs in this review, but I think the communication with the alt team, we heard from them today, has been very good, but the communication and working with NACE could be improved. Those of us on this negotiating subcommittee sat through a lot of conversations where we were just thinking, this doesn't belong at this meeting. This belongs in conversations outside this meeting, so that we're not figuring out how to bring together ideas all like this. And I don't know where that feedback belongs, but I think that kind of feedback is important in moving the district forward. So yeah,
It is
I
in
think-
there, Member Voss. Sorry to interrupt, but that is in one of the narrative sections.
Yeah, but it's not showing up as, I would go as far as saying, I would expect somewhere around a needs improvement around bringing people together to get to a shared compromise and a shared solution. And I'll be more specific. When there's a problem on the table, if every group is listened to, usually you get to a better solution by brainstorming everybody's ideas. And I don't, my takeaway this year is that we could do better at that. And I don't know where that, so I'll just put it out there. You know, if there's a place that the subcommittee, who's much more familiar with all these little check boxes than I am, thinks is an appropriate place to send that message, I would welcome it. Is it going to make me vote against it? No, but I do think that that's important feedback, because that's our job, to give feedback, to make things better.
Okay, so I will now return us to the original motion on the floor. And if there are no further questions or debate, I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Kaufman. Member Kaufman.
Yes. Yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Voss.
Yes.
Member Gold.
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz.
Yes.
Member Busansky.
Yes.
Member Fallon.
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox.
No.
Member Condon.
Yes.
And Member Levy.
Yes.
Vote is 9 in favor, 1 opposed.
Okay, so the motion carries and the superintendent evaluation is approved as recommended by the subcommittee. And again, echoing our colleagues, thank you to the members of the subcommittee for their work in bringing this forward to us. Next, we have item C, which is a vote to refer a NACE demand to bargain to the negotiating subcommittee. And I will turn to the chair of the negotiating subcommittee, Member Seraphy Cox, to make a motion and describe this in any way.
Thank you. I would just ask that that the subcommittee be empowered to enter into impact bargaining related to the demand to bargain that we received from NACE. The letter from NACE was included in your packet and is related to a 504 coordinator position at JFK Middle School.
Okay.
I think, you know, pursuant to the previous discussion, I think I would also like to understand from the committee how much, how long of a leash the subcommittee is going to be given. Of course, that was a point of question in the year past.
Okay. before we discuss, I need to have a second on the motion to refer. Is there a second to refer to
Second.
Okay, so there's a motion made and seconded. Member Gold.
Yes, can you describe what the options, like referring it to the subcommittee instead of doing it another way? Or like, do we have to, what is,
Well,
what's going on there?
typically, because we bargain through our negotiations subcommittee, if there are items that come to us that require bargaining, we typically refer it to our negotiation subcommittee as our lead in the bargaining process. And then the process we have is we then communicate with our negotiation subcommittee and in executive session, because obviously discussing our bargaining strategy in open session, as we all know from the language, would be detrimental to our ability to bargain. So typically we have those conversations in executive session as a group to provide guidance to the to the negotiation subcommittee.
So I guess I asked that because it's not that we have an option to bargain it. We have to bargain it, and it's whether we're bargaining it in executive session or with the negotiating subcommittee. And if I'm understanding correctly, and honest, I'll be dead honest with you all. Like, I even have it written down. I was going to vote no to giving it to the negotiating subcommittee because of what the process has been, that we go and spend 6 hours or whatever it is, or multiple hours, and then we come back to school committee and redo it for multiple hours. So I was going to say, can we just directly go into executive session about that? So I was actually going to vote no to have negotiating and do it instead have an executive session.
All right, that's certainly a position you can take and a vote you can take. Member Busiansky.
Thank you. So I just wanted, could Member Serapikos, could you just clarify how long of a leash, what that means?
Yes. One thing previous to that is I had an error in my introduction, which is that it's not a 504 coordinator position at JFK Middle School. It is at the high school. My apologies for that. So, I mean, I think that it's related to Member Gold's concern, which is that in the past, the subcommittee spent many hours negotiating, only to have the full committee disagree with decisions that the subcommittee made, and so. One of the things that we did during the most recent rounds of negotiation was that we had a very specific process about, getting guidance from the full committee before entering into negotiations. So if that is what the full school committee wants to continue to do, then I would like to know that so I can design a process, and I don't disagree entirely with Member Gold's position that that perhaps what the committee really wants to do is just bargain as a whole committee the whole time.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that explanation. Yeah. Okay, great.
Okay. So Member Voss has her hand up next.
I'm just going to support my two colleagues on the negotiating subcommittee that we learned that it just was way too time consuming to go back and forth. And so I would like to maybe have a friendly amendment to the motion to phrase it as either kind of like we just did, trust us to do what we can do with some input to begin with and let us move it along, or do it as a whole committee. And I think we have to phrase the motion with that built in at this point. And if people are more comfortable doing as a whole committee, that saves us time too.
I think the challenge we have is that the committee hasn't even discussed this as a group together either. Obviously, a letter was sent to us and we have to put it on our agenda, And so it's difficult to provide you with a leash length without the committee having an opportunity to discuss it together in public. So if you'd rather us, certainly we will be meeting in an executive session later tonight to discuss strategy with regard to collective bargaining. So that certainly is an area that strategy could be discussed around the concerns or questions you have. So it's just hard. I don't think it's possible to vote on it. What's that?
I'm comfortable with that.
Yeah, I just think it's challenging to vote to give you something in open session like that without going into a full-blown discussion of the demand and the issues and et cetera. So, okay, so I think it sounds like we're comfortable in making the referral with the understanding that there will be an opportunity to get some feedback from the full committee in executive session. So with that said, I would ask the clerk to call the roll.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Voss,
Yes.
Member Gold,
No.
Mayor Narcoitz,
Yes.
Member Busansky,
Yes.
Member Fallon,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Condon,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
and Member Kaufman.
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor, 1 opposed.
Okay, so now we move to item D on the agenda. This is a vote requested to allow Dr. Provost to carry over unused vacation days. Dr. Provost, would you like to speak to this request?
Sure. In spite of my best efforts, I ended the last fiscal year with 34 unused vacation days. By contract, I can roll 10 of them forward with your permission, and by policy, I can roll 10 of them into sick days. The other 14 would just disappear, but I would like the opportunity to roll the 10 vacation days forward into next year.
Motion to approve rolling the 10 days forward into next year.
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion? Member Brusansky?
Yeah, just to clarify, so you want to roll the 10 vacation days forward, but not the 10 other days into sick days? Is that what I'm hearing?
No, the 10 days and sick days I can do by city policy. That doesn't require a school committee vote. So I will be doing that, but I'm not asking for that permission tonight.
Got it. And do you, I feel like when our business administrator Lamika left and she had that kind of bank of, I guess it was sick time or sick and vacation time that it leaves us in these awkward positions. So I'm just kind of curious, where do you stand overall in terms of vacation time and sick time that you've banked? Just out of curiosity, I'm just trying to understand how this works. It's not in my world of work. That's just not how it works, that you
Sure.
can,
Yeah, so I have 25 days per my contract. So 25 plus the 10 days would give me 35.
35 vacation days.
Correct.
And then that doesn't include sick time.
But I don't know how many sick days I have.
Gotcha. Okay. And then I think this always comes up every year that, and this has been the craziest year of all, but just how important it is to take vacation time for your own personal mental health. So I just want to encourage that moving forward.
Okay, I will ask the clerk to call the roll on the motion.
Member Voss,
Yes.
Member Gold,
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz,
Yes.
Member Busansky,
Yes.
Member Fallon,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Condon,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Kaufman,
Yes.
and Member Goldman.
Yes.
The vote is 10 in favor.
Okay, so the request from the superintendent is approved. Next, we'll move on to item E, which is a discussion of the school committee self-evaluation. And this is one that will be led by member Goldman.
Thank you. The school committee self-evaluation information about the process from MASC was included in your packet in the past and then also tonight. On the first page, it says, why do a self-evaluation? While there are many benefits, there are two essential questions that could be answered. They are, is the committee doing the right thing? And number two, are the right things being done the right way? I'd like to propose that the school committee take up a self-evaluation process to sort of be planned in the fall, completed in the winter, and then the data can be processed in the spring to be done again the following year. And so there can be discussion about actually how often we would do a self-evaluation. And I'm also just looking for affirmation that the committee is interested in this. This isn't a vote, it's just a discussion, and it's open, it's on the table.
Okay, are there any, member Fallon?
So I think that there's a ton of value in doing self-evaluations, but it's the timeline of it that's actually, to me, not really logical. To do the evaluation in the fall when half of the committee will be gone by the time you do the results. It doesn't make as much sense as if you were to, I guess I'm not really understanding then what you're saying, but to me, it would make more sense to do the evaluation, in the spring of next year with your new committee, and then to do it again, in the fall. If you're going to do it twice a year, do it once a year, but to do it, at a specific time of year on a regular basis with the same committee would make more sense.
So completing the evaluation in the spring. Yeah, sure.
Member Levy?
So I think the spring is, so I disagree with that timeline. I think if a new school committee starts in the winter is then the time to set goals. And so maybe I'm agreeing, but okay, winter, then spring, we're still carrying it out. And I think evaluating in the fall is actually more appropriate because it's sort of like the end as we get, I think the winter should be the starting point of like the goal setting. I'm not tied to a timeline. I'm very open to timelines. I really like the idea of an evaluation. I really like the documents that you sent us. I think they could really, really help. And I had another point, but it's getting late and I'm tired. My question is, who would do this? Is this another subcommittee? Is this something that everybody would do? Is this something we would do in a retreat? Curious if you have more information about that.
I have intentionally not made decisions about how this would go other than distributing the information from the MASC. I'm happy to take the lead on this. And so it might be relevant for the time being to refer this to the superintendent evaluation subcommittee, which maybe, would do sort of take the lead on evaluations, especially since the superintendent evaluation subcommittee is moving towards managing and executing the evaluation process instead of doing the evaluation process. So it would be sort of aligned with that. But this is really something I didn't want to make any decisions about. I've thought about it quite a bit.
Okay. Other feedback, other comments about this? Okay. So Member Goldman, does that give you, Member Busansky, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to say that I really appreciate and support this. I think it'd be really important to do a school committee evaluation. I do think that timing is probably the biggest question, and maybe I think that it doesn't quite work exactly. Sort of, I think I'm echoing some combination of what Member Levy and Member Fallon were saying, but to wait until the new school committee is in place, and it's not bad to set it up now and have it in place now, so you know what the timing is going to be, but maybe it would be sort of 1 year after the new committee's in place.
Right, yeah, maybe, I think I didn't describe it very well, but what I had in mind is that we could start planning for what the first cycle would look like. And then we would set goals as a committee in February.
Got it.
And then the following February or the following fall
would be the start of the process.
Right, then we would, yeah, then we're not going to start doing the evaluation until we've set goals. So even though this is called a school committee self-evaluation, it is embedded in it is a process for setting goals.
And could we refer this to the superintendent's evaluation subcommittee, or is that to continue working on this, or is that not appropriate?
It's not currently the charge of the superintendent evaluation committee, obviously, as the name implies, but certainly if it's something that the committee wants to move towards, I suppose it certainly could be done. Member Goldman is a member of that committee, so that's subcommittee, so that's convenient.
Yeah, there's no need to refer it to the subcommittee. I can just continue to pursue it. Would we need the committee to vote for me to start planning it, to present, or would we have an ad hoc committee to do that? Or a committee-wide workshop? I guess those are the questions. Do we need to vote to adopt it, and do we need to vote how we're going to get it going?
It sounds like you've asked the committee if you can continue pursuing it. If you'd like a vote, we can certainly give you something. It wasn't on the agenda to vote on it, so it's not really something that was planned. But it sounds like you're getting feedback that people are interested and want you to continue, shaping it. Although maybe not to attempt to do in the next, 5 months when so many of us will no longer be on the committee.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Member Kaufman?
Yeah, I was just going to suggest, Member Goldman, I like the idea a lot. I think it looks like it's a 4-point scale. So you can very easily just change that into a Survey Monkey or so. It could be tabulated very quickly. That's not a lot of extensive work. After that, you might want to consider it as a retreat and hire a facilitator that can kind of take the committee through the findings. That's the real meat of it, I guess, is discussing what the results were and what to do about it. Might be similar to a retreat that we had planned that we had to cancel in terms of making our meetings more efficient, which was just a piece of it. But moving ahead, that might be another option. Take less of the work off for us and make it more meaningful. But changing it into a 4-point scale, I can help you with that if you want.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for the ongoing work on this, Member Goldman, and for the feedback that was received this evening. The next item on the agenda is a vote, and it is another initiative that Member Goldman has been ably trying to drag us over the finish line to get completed, which is the school committee norms, which I believe you read into the record at our last meeting. And so I'll turn the floor over to you if you wish to make a motion to put that on the floor, et cetera, however you wish to proceed.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to approve and adopt the school committee norms as was in your packet. There's one sort of grammatical change I would make, but I don't think that needs to be a part of it.
Okay, it's just more of a Scrivener's error kind of a thing, more of a technical error, not a substantive change.
Nothing substantive whatsoever.
Okay, so
I'll
you've made a
second that.
motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, And Member Voss, you have your hand up.
I just have a minor question. And first of all, thank you. It's really great. And I have a question about whether or not something reflects our practice. And I have it on my screen and I'm looking for it, but it's about the agenda. So it's the top of page 2 and it's 1, 2, 3, starting 3 lines down, recognizing the importance of proactive communication and avoiding surprises. Each of us, whenever possible, contacts the school committee chair at least 72 hours in advance of a meeting to ask the chair that an item be placed on the agenda. And my experience is that the committee, that the agenda gets set before 72 hours. And I think maybe that could be edited slightly to better reflect what we do and what the 72-hour is versus getting something on an agenda longer term. But I don't have exact language to offer. Maybe somebody else can, if who's associated with setting the agenda.
I'm sorry, I'm just trying to switch to that folder.
Do you want me to share my screen with it? Would that be helpful?
You certainly, that would help expedite it.
That would be easy for me to do. I think it's this one. Hopefully I'm sharing the proper one. Okay. So it's right here.
Okay. I think this, if I understand the spirit of that, it's that, you know, is that I think the, you know, by law, we have 48 hours is the last possible chance to post an agenda. So I'm assuming that the 72 hours in advance is out of, you know, to allow a little bit of breathing room before the deadline. I'm not sure where that number came from, but that's how I would interpret it, that there's additional time.
I mean, I'll just keep going. Like the next sentence says, if an item is not suitable, a reason will be provided. So to me, the 72-hour thing works if there's an error or if there's something super urgent maybe, but my sense is the mayor, the vice chair, and the superintendent meet maybe a week before. And if you want to request something to be on the agenda, you would need to ask. I think this just is misleading to think you might ask 72 hours before and get something on the agenda. And when in fact, maybe you'd ask and it would get on the next meeting's agenda. But in my experience, if I were to ask for something within 72 hours, I would not expect it to get on the agenda.
This says, yeah, so
it says at least, so that's like the bare minimum it's recommending, correct?
that's right.
I mean, a week would make more sense. That's how we've been operating. I think that would be,
But
we
I
still
think,
get stuff close by, but if we often meet at least a week in advance, don't we, Mayor?
It varies, but roughly speaking, yeah, we're trying to meet the Friday before, you know, the next week's meeting, which is when Annie tries to get the initial agenda out. So we're generally trying to meet before then. So I read this less about the agenda setting and more about just last minute requests, and that things should come with more time than is allowed by, you know, not 47 hours before, or, you know, I'm sorry, 49 hours before the meeting, so that there's literally an hour to try to figure it out. So I think that's how I read this, but I don't want to speak for Member Goldman.
yeah, so formulating the language around the agenda section of the norms was done within the first 6 months of this term starting. So, you know, way before COVID and everything. And we talked about the 72 limit, saying that there were occasions, and this is specifically where the surprise language comes in. There are instances where we want to discourage surprises. And so if something comes up, not to wait and think, oh, the agenda's already out, I'll just bring it up in the meeting here or there, but actually to make the effort, if you don't see what you need to talk about, or if it comes out after the agenda is posted, to bring it to the chair. Of course, the preference is to bring items to be on the agenda for the next meeting before the Friday when we receive the packet. And even before that, so that the three of them have a chance to integrate it into the agenda. But this is to say that really 72 hours is as late as it goes. And also we really encourage you, if there's something you need to talk about, it's important to reach out at least to the chair, if not also to Superintendent Provost, so that we're reducing surprises, but people have an opportunity to address important topics in a timely manner.
If you don't mind, I'm just gonna clarify my confusion on it. It took me a long time to figure out how to get something on the agenda. And I think if this is also being used for new school committee members, maybe we need an addition in there, just saying, like, unless it's urgent or really the topic of the day, in my experience, it will not get on the agenda if you submit it within at the 72-hour mark. So I don't know how detailed we want this, but for a future new school committee member, I think it would be really helpful to spell out the process for getting something on the agenda. And then in terms of this other thing about getting it on so there's no surprises. I mean, if it's not on the agenda, we can't talk about it because of open meeting law. So it seems like the 72 hours is just for something really urgent, maybe. I still don't know why because we've sent the agenda out already in the 6 days before the meeting. So unless it's really urgent, my very limited but definite experience is I get an email back saying, no, but maybe next month. And that's fine, but I don't want to mislead new members into how it works. Does that make sense? Mayor, you're muted.
I'm sorry, Member Busansky, my apologies.
Well, I actually want to discuss a different subject, so and I don't want to just leave this, but I'm just wondering if we could add language maybe that just said, preferably a week, but at least 72 hours in advance of the meeting. And maybe that would just be helpful to give people a sense of what the preferred time frame is.
Thoughts, Member Goldman?
I am not inclined to change it without an amendment made and a full committee voting to make that change. Also, this document will be reviewed in January with the full new committee. And so I think I'm really happy to have a version of this on the table. We've talked about it many times. And part of the delay was because we have a whole policy about agenda that we were waiting to finish before this, and we have the handbook. So my recommendation is to vote on this because it's almost 11 and approve it, and know that the school committee will be taking this up in January, and there will be an effort to coordinate this document with the rules of procedure that we will have to review again in January, along with the new handbook, which the new members will get, and then we'll get a lot of feedback about that and be able to kind of coordinate everything a little bit. So I guess that's my comment.
So you won't accept it as a friendly amendment?
I haven't been asked to.
Oh, well, would you accept it as a friendly amendment?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Can I just want to move on to one other.
And does the seconder, I just want to make sure the seconder is okay with that. Yeah.
Thank you, yes.
Okay, great.
It resolved my concern.
Okay. And okay, go ahead. Finish your statement, Member Rusanski. I'm sorry.
Well, and I'll leave it to the next school committee to revisit this in January, but I do think that, Member Gold brought up an important point earlier, and and other people have commented on it, that about the role of the subcommittees and honoring the work and recommendations of the subcommittees. And I guess I just want to say, I think that there's exceptions to that. There was an exception with changing start times. That wasn't decided by the Budget and Property Subcommittee. That was decided by the full committee. Negotiations falls into that. I think what happened during this pandemic was extraordinary and nothing like what I've experienced in 2 contract negotiations. And I think, the superintendent's evaluation is an evolving process, and we're all just learning, and it will be better even next year, I'm sure. And the subcommittee did great work this year. So I don't have any language to change, but I just wanted to say that I think there's exceptions, and that we don't always just straight up honor the work of the subcommittee and call it a day and not revisit or revise. And so those were just some examples of that, but I'm okay voting on the norms as is, but I really hope that the next time this comes up for review, we can maybe clarify that language, dig down a little deeper and get that a little clearer.
Okay, Member Gold.
Yeah, I just want to check, Member Goldman, did you get, were you able to receive my feedback on the norms? Because there are 4 items within it.
Yeah, I didn't see any feedback. I just saw a few lines highlighted.
Oh, sorry.
Mhm.
When you click on the highlighted, words came up, but that was my fault. I should have written it in better. And so what I was highlighting there was, so how do we want to go about this? Because I don't want to waste our time, not waste our time. I don't want to extend our time longer, but it is that the first one I think is very important, and it might take some conversation. It is under, so yeah, how do we want to proceed? Should I go through the 4?
If you want to make amendments, then that would be appropriate.
Okay. Then I would like to amend where it says under scope that we do not manage the day-to-day operations of the district. Rather, we are responsible for the annual evaluation of the superintendent. I would have it say, rather, the school committee assesses how the district is performing and progressing towards its goals, and supports meeting and improving upon these goals through the tools available to it, which include the budget, establishing rules and policies, and the annual superintendent's evaluation. Because I do feel that saying that we're responsible for the annual evaluation of the superintendent kind of misses a lot of our responsibilities within our scope.
Okay, so that's a motion. It would require a second. Is there a second on that motion to make that amendment? Okay, there's no second on that. Before we move on to the next item, we are at 10:58. So we will need a motion to suspend our rules to extend the meeting. So before we move into any other parliamentary issues, if we could have that motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. Okay, Member Kaufman has seconded it. Okay. So I will ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mayor, I have my hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry, Member Seraphy Cox.
I was just wondering if we could put a time limit on this motion.
Okay, would the maker of the motion like to insert a time limit?
I will accept suggestions.
11:30 perhaps?
11:30.
Sounds good.
Okay, so this would extend us till 11:30. Okay, Dr. Provost.
I just want to remind folks, there's an executive session after this. There are several items there, so not sure 11:30 is going to do it, but if you want to do it in chunks, maybe we'll start with half an hour.
Yes, I'd forgotten that we have some other items on the regular agenda. So 11:30 at least gets us extended and we can take it chunk by chunk. So let's have a vote on this before it's, before this clock
11:30.
strikes 11. Yeah.
Member Gold,
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz,
Yes.
Member Busansky,
Yes.
Member Fallon,
No.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Condon,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Kaufman,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
and Member Voss.
Yes.
Vote is 9 in favor, 1 opposed.
Okay, the motion carries and the meeting is extended till 11:30. Member Gold, I'll return to you. You have the floor.
This is a friendly amendment under scope, where it's the last sentence, changed there to the superintendent's.
I'll accept it.
Okay.
The next one, under agenda, where it says contacts the school committee chair, it should, I would friendly amendment, contacts the agenda setting committee. For me, this is important, sort of along what was already said, that especially, you know, whether it's Mayor Narcoitz, whoever is the next mayor, they might not be able to get through all their emails and see it. And then when you send it to the agenda setting committee, you've tripled the chances of, or doubled the chances of someone hearing what your request is. So changing that.
That's
Wait,
fine. I'll-
Member Gold, is it a team or a committee though?
That's a great question. Can you tell me? I don't know. The team, agenda setting team.
Superintendent can't serve on a committee, so it's the chair and it's the chair consulting with the superintendent and the vice chair is how it functions. So
then should we just iterate it that way, that contacts the chair, the vice chair, and the superintendent? I just think it's really important in there to say that you contact those all three. And so that's a friendly amendment that I'd like to make.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, the chair is included in the agenda setting team, so that's,
Okay, so agenda setting team.
I'll accept that friendly amendment.
Okay, and then my last one under meeting preparation. I've found it incredibly helpful when the superintendent provides the briefs where he lets us know what's in the upcoming meetings. And I think having that within our norms as a practice would be valuable. So a friendly amendment would be under meeting preparation. The superintendent will provide school committee members with a brief of the upcoming meeting. This 24, 48, or 72 hours, I have flexibility on that, but I do think memorializing that he provides his briefs is important.
Can I just say my practice is the same day?
Or same day, yeah. Same day is fine too. Cool. I just think as long as we memorialize that a brief, whether it's at some point when another superintendent comes on, that's just a practice that we memorialize.
I'm not comfortable making that decision. So I won't accept that friendly amendment.
Okay, so can I make a motion to amend?
yes.
I would make a motion to amend to include under meeting preparation, the superintendent will provide school committee members with a brief of the upcoming meeting prior within a day's, what's the right word? What's the right way to say it, Dr. Provost? Within a day's time? Within the, during, at least?
I think you could just say prior to the meeting, superintendent will brief with, relevant information from the public about the public session portions of the meeting.
Thank you. There you go. So I'd like to make an amendment to the motion.
Okay, so that requires a second. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so there's now been a motion made and seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Are we clear what the amendment says and what it does? Okay, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mayor Narcoitz,
No.
Member Busansky,
No.
Member Fallon,
No.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Condon,
No.
Member Levy,
No.
Member Kaufman,
No.
Member Goldman,
No.
Member Voss,
No.
and Member Gold.
Yes.
Vote is 8 opposed, 2 in favor.
Okay, so the amendment does not carry. Are there any further amendments, Member Gold or any other members? Okay, so now we return to the main motion as has been either amended either through friendly or non-friendly means. And we will now ask the clerk to call the roll to approve the school committee norms.
Member Busansky,
Yes.
Member Fallon,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Condon,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Kaufman,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Voss,
Yes.
Member Gold,
Yes.
and Mayor Narcoitz.
Yes.
The
Thank
vote
you.
is 10 in favor.
Okay, thank you. And again, thank you to Member Goldman for her persistence in making sure we got these completed. The next item is a vote, and this is a vote to have the school committee remain in remote mode at least until September 9th, 2021. And I can explain this, or Dr. Provost, you can explain this however you wish to proceed. Dr. Provost?
All right, I'll try to do it very quickly. This is following the same logic as our extensions beyond 11 o'clock. Now that we're in the extended period of remote meetings, we have the option of meeting in person or meeting remote. However, if we meet in person right now, the rule is that you have to have the ability to provide hybrid meetings, and we don't have the technology to do that right now. I have not participated in a hybrid meeting. I understand the mayor has, and it's kind of an awkward experience. So I would recommend at this time we take a vote at least to remain remote until September, and then if something changes, technology changes, whatever, we could reconsider at a later date.
I will just add that we are convening, departmental teams working with IT and with Northampton Open Media to try to figure out some solutions to how we could stand that up. But it's not something that we have immediately available. So many other communities are taking the step to just stay remote for the time being until we can figure it out. Member Kaufman.
Yeah, I just want to bring up the next item on the agenda is to talk about the retreat, rescheduling the retreat, and one possibility would be for us to do that in person. I can get to more details. So I'm wondering for this particular motion or this particular vote, I'm sorry, can we say something like unless not including retreats? Or do we want to push this back till after our discussion about the retreat? If we have the time, I don't want to mess us up. I don't want to eliminate that as a possibility if it comes up. You know what I mean?
Yes, I see your point. Well, I mean, there hasn't been a motion made, so I'm happy to defer the vote on it until, and we can take up the next item for item H and see what the committee's preference is, and then we can flip back to item G and move forward with that.
That would make sense to me if that's.
So let me turn it right over to you then, Member Kaufman, and we'll just keep rolling. Go ahead and take up item H.
Item H. Okay, so I'll try and make this as fast as I can. So as everybody knows, we did postpone the school committee ABAR, I'll call it that, the ABAR retreat, until a later date. And I'll just give you a few facts to remind folks about why we needed to do this, and then I can make a recommendation moving forward. But to be absolutely clear, that retreat was not, nobody was requested that we cancel the retreat. However, there was quite a high number of concerns raised via phone, email, and otherwise, and these were mostly focused around safety, about running such an event remotely rather than in person, about privacy. If, for example, a non-school committee member would like to observe not only the retreat itself, but also the small group interactions, which was part of the agenda. There were concerns expressed about whether we would be forced to participate if we weren't comfortable doing so. Was that an option or not? And more. So in sum, this made the entire opportunity seemingly, to me and others, I think, very unhealthy and uncomfortable, and that led to the decision to postpone. I have been in communication with Sapphire, who's one of the facilitators at CES, and she certainly expressed an ongoing willingness and desire, in fact, to work with us to make the retreat more comfortable for everybody, and also to do so in a manner that accommodates members' concerns. So I had a good recent conversation with her, and I wanted to announce a couple of things which I think may make this easier, and this is why I wanted to delay the meeting on the in-person voting. I would say without question, there was a lot of desire to meet for this specific retreat in person, and that was not an option. That led to a lot of problems in terms of technology before, but according to Sapphire, if we do the retreat after August 1, due to some personnel and other changes at CES, that we could do it in person, including us and CES, if people were comfortable with that. And again, as a reminder, in the past, I think Annie or otherwise have found retreats in a comfortable room. It hasn't necessarily been in the room that we have our school committee meetings. I think once we've been in a hotel, it probably could be in a place that accommodates large rooms where if to be separate from our colleagues, if that's a concern. But certainly CES was very willing to do that either during the day, if that's an option for us, or in the evening. But we will have to accept the fact that it is a public meeting and participants can observe only. The third thing I'll add is that at the meeting that was canceled, or the meeting that was canceled, Dr. Provost stayed on just to let anybody know that might have been joining at for our 6:30 meeting that it was canceled, and he stayed on, I think, to 6:35. You said, Dr. Provost, and nobody joined. If that gives you any indication, at least at that point, what level of interest there was. And a fourth option that has, or another option that has come up again, seems like repeatedly, is wait until the new school committee is seated in the winter. So I want to propose that we move ahead with running the retreat and maybe asking Annie to come up with some days that work and that we do it in person. And we rely on Annie maybe with some suggestions to find a facility that's comfortable for us. Preferably, again, the evening, 6:30 to 9:30. But if there's folks that are able and willing to do it during the day, that might be, or certainly would be preferable by CES, but more so it might be just better to be sharper during the day. But I don't know if that's feasible or not.
So that's a Member Levy.
Thanks. I guess I'm thinking about whether and how to say this, I think it's so important that as we engage in work on anti-bias, anti-racist work together, that we do so in a way that people feel like they can bring their full selves, that they feel comfortable participating. And at the same time, I'm really troubled by the notion that people had concerns about being asked or forced to participate in something that we've asked every teacher in our district to participate in. I feel like I can't let that go unnamed. So I hope we can create a space where people feel like they can come, because this is hugely important work, I think, for us to do. And I think you all agree, because this was a topic that everyone agreed was it should be part of our retreat. So I don't know if Member Kaufman, you're asking for us to weigh in. I'm open to doing it in person if that is what brings folks more safety in feeling like they can participate. And I do think this is important work for us to do. And I'm also open to the idea of it happening with a new school committee, although that's a ways off still.
Yeah, just to reflect on one of your concerns, what I certainly did discuss with Sapphire is that if we do proceed with doing this, then what I would do, or Annie, maybe it depends on who works better, but you can contact me. I will send I will send unnamed questions to Sapphire, and she will respond to them. And then I'll make sure everybody sees the response. In other words, I'll play an in-between role. So the answer to participating was that, of course, nobody is forced to participate. I think that's the way she runs things with the district. But questions like that, if they do come up, would be a nice opportunity for us to kind of gather those responses before it gets to the day of or the day before the meeting, the retreat itself.
Member Busansky.
I'd really like to see the retreat rescheduled. I'm certainly open to an earlier time, say even 5 to 5, starting at 5 or 5:30, so we could just get out a little bit earlier. We did it once in what's the yellow building in Florence? That's what I always call it, next to the library. That was a really comfortable location. Yeah, so I'm all for having it rescheduled, and I would really like to participate. Thanks.
Okay, any other feedback? Member Goldman.
Thank you. In item G for the vote to remain remote, part of the concern was that our meetings have to be hybrid if we're having an in-person component. And would that also apply to the retreat? That if we had an in-person retreat, we'd also have to have the ability to include people remotely?
So I think there's been a little clarification on that. I think we do have the ability, at least right now, that we could, theoretically, we could do a special meeting that would be in person. I don't know, I'd have to check on whether or not we could just say we're going all remote, we're going all in person for that one particular meeting. I'd really have to check on that to find that out. It's still a bit of an open question. But essentially the law has been extended to allow that, but there's certainly a lot of conversations and a lot of districts or a lot of communities that are now, including the city of Boston and the legislature itself, which are wanting to maintain that remote capacity even for in-person meetings. So that's why everyone is scrambling around making sure that we can maintain that accessibility. I'd have to check on whether we could cordon off a special meeting that didn't have public comment, whether we could do that. I'm not sure. Member Gold, I just want to remind people it's 11:18.
I mean, if we just, and sorry if I'm missing it, but can't we just have the retreats after September 9th and then we could potentially have them in person and not worry about anything?
Certainly if you are not trying to schedule this before September 9th, then it would be a moot point. Yes, we could reevaluate it, see where we are. That's, post.
So I'd like to offer that.
Post Labor Day, after the summer, et cetera. I don't know what people's travel schedules, vacation schedules, et cetera are, but yeah.
So I'd like to make a motion to not have the retreats prior to September 9th. And then that would deal with this thing, I think.
Yeah, I mean, there's a discussion on retreat scheduling, so we weren't having a vote per se, but I mean, I don't know if Member Kaufman would, that's certainly a suggestion that would align this with the other vote we're being asked to take.
And then my last piece on that was that we have 2 retreats, I think, to make up still. Don't we have that first one that we never did? So there's actually 2.
We don't think at this point we had planned to redo the first one.
The one on efficient meetings?
Correct, unless
I hope
that could happen at midnight tonight.
Did we decide we didn't need that?
That ship has sailed.
We've already solved that problem.
Yeah. I think I wanted to hear, I'm sorry, I see Member Voss's hand up. I think I just wanted to hear whether people are into the idea of having it in person and we could schedule it and I could work out the kinks about whether it's can actually happen in August. If not, we can do September. I think I can work in the background on that. I just really wanted to know if there's any objection, which I would certainly take to heart, of doing it in person, which might happen soon. So.
I would just ask that anybody who's not vaccinated wears a mask.
Absolutely what Member Seraphy Cox just said, as long as if people are vaccinated, not vaccinated, wearing a mask. But what I want to add is, I have to say this carefully, there might be large institutions in Northampton that might have capabilities to allow what we would need, especially if it happened in August before their population came back. I'm just saying, like, an educational facility might be able to accommodate this sort of need in a large classroom. I have no idea. I'm not really suggesting that I can say they would, but I think there's places in Northampton, if we were creative, that we could get what we need to enable us to have the remote aspect.
Okay.
And I think you'd have to do it by the 3rd week of August.
Okay. All right. So can we now return to item G, and would someone make a motion that we will remain?
Motion to accept item G, that we remain remote until September 9th.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay. I would ask the clerk to call the roll on that motion, please.
Well, is that within, except for the possibility of the retreat, or are we saying
I would say that it's referring to our regular school committee meetings. That's how we were bringing it forward. And I would view a retreat as separate from one of our regular school committee meetings.
That's fine. So can we add
yeah.
Can we make sure that language is there, please?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Then if the member goal is okay, it would be vote for regular school committee meetings to remain remote. Mm-hmm.
So moved.
Okay, great. Clerk, roll call.
Member Fallon,
Yes.
Member Seraphy Cox,
Yes.
Member Condon,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Kaufman,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Voss,
Yes.
Member Gold,
No.
Mayor Narcoitz,
Yes.
and Member Busansky.
Yes.
The vote is 9 in favor, 1 opposed.
Okay, so just to make sure I understand the retreat rescheduling, can I just summarize what I heard?
In 30 seconds or less, yes, please.
So I'm hearing people want to do it. I will look into scheduling a date with Andy's support, and obviously CES's participation. And it'll either be in August if we're allowed to, or after September if we're not allowed to handle the remote piece that we discussed earlier. In other words, I might include both dates if August is okay. If not, I'll just look for September forward, but expect to hear from us soon.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Member Kaufman.
Well, you're quite welcome.
Okay, the next item on the agenda is item I. This is a requested vote to authorize the superintendent to work with city officials, vendors, and the Department of Education to coordinate the process for a potential PV agreement.
So,
Motion to-
I'm sorry, go ahead. If you want to do it without it.
Motion to approve the superintendent, authorize the superintendent to work with city officials and vendors and Department of Education to coordinate the process for potential PV agreement.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second, and I will just add, we discussed this briefly at Budget and Property Subcommittee, and I felt that it was a very good thing to go ahead with.
Okay.
Give you more detail if you want it.
And Member Levy, did you have a question?
I do. Am I a part of a capital expense committee that's never met in the last 2 years? And would this not be a part of that? I'm just curious, like, is that a thing anymore? Or is this something that should be a part of that conversation?
You haven't met because we didn't convene it during COVID. So there was not a capital, we didn't convene we did not convene it during COVID because we've had truncated capital programs during COVID. So I did not form that advisory committee during COVID. So that's the primary reason. This really wouldn't be necessarily part of that because it's essentially, we're being offered a gift by two local residents who formed a nonprofit whose sole purpose is to basically donate PV arrays to nonprofits and some governmental agencies. If you've seen the new solar array on the senior center, that was donated by those two individuals, Maury Phippen and Brian Adams. And if you've seen the solar arrays on the Grove Street Shelter and the Survival Center and any number, they have donated those to them. And so we will have to come back to you with a second vote to actually do a surplus order, but this would at least allow the superintendent to move forward with putting in place, all the necessary agreements that would need to be brought back to the school committee for a vote. So I think he was wanting just that authorization to proceed, but this wouldn't be a capital expense in any way because it's being essentially 100% donated to us. We would just reap the energy benefits and then eventually own the system.
Got it. I appreciate the background.
Yep. Member Seraphy Cox.
I just wanted to say that my place of employment, the Peace Development Fund, was also a recipient of one of these solar arrays and have been very happy with the relationship. So many thanks to Brian and Maury.
Yes, indeed. It's an incredible thing that they're doing. Okay, so I'll ask the clerk to call the roll on the motion.
Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Member Condon.
Yes.
Member Levy.
Yes.
Member Kaufman.
Yes.
Member Goldman.
Yes.
Member Voss.
Yes.
Member Gold.
Yes.
Mayor Narcoitz.
Yes.
Member Busansky.
Yes.
And Member Fallon.
Yes.
Vote is 10 in favor.
Okay. So the vote is unanimous and that is approved and the superintendent is authorized to move forward on that. So we now have no school committee discussion topics for item 8. We do have a request for an executive session in item 9. It is 11:28. So I would ask for, let's first do a motion need a motion to extend the meeting because otherwise it would be fruitless to go into executive session if we don't have an extension of the meeting. So is someone willing to make a time-limited extension of the meeting under our rules? Member Seraphy Cox.
I will do both. Can I just do both in the same motion?
Certainly.
Great. I would like to move to extend the meeting till till 11:50, and then I would also like to request to enter executive session under Massachusetts General Law, Open Meeting Chapter 30A, Section 21A2, to conduct strategy sessions in preparation for negotiations with non-union personnel, or to conduct collective bargaining sessions or contract negotiations with non-union personnel, whereas an open session may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigating position of the public body, and the chair so declares.
Is there a second on that motion?
Second.
Okay, I will ask the clerk to call the roll on that motion.
Member Condon,
Yes.
Member Levy,
Yes.
Member Kaufman,
Yes.
Member Goldman,
Yes.
Member Voss,
Yes.
Member Gold,
No.
Mayor Narcoitz,
Yes.
Member Busansky. I think you're muted. Member Fallon
No.
and Member Seraphy Cox.
Yes.
Vote is 8 in favor, 2 opposed.
Okay, so we are now going to move into executive session. And I would just let the members, the public who may be on the meeting, that they will now have to log out of the meeting. We'll be stopping the recording. And that we are going to adjourn from executive session. We will not be returning to open session. We have no other business or votes scheduled. So I just let in Layla.